put in the group. Okay. So once again, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning to all our CPM candidates, participants or students. Yeah. Okay. I'm just giving a 10 minutes briefing, yeah, Dr. Amjad, before you take over the class, so that I just set some of
Yes,
the
sure.
do's and don'ts and some of the expectations from both parties. So for the information of everyone, we've got the WhatsApp group and we've informed all of you that we have 12 participants. We have got 4 from Putra Business School, including the CEO and the president of Putra Business School, Prof. Wani or Prof. Asmawani. And then we have entry MBA students. And then we have from UPM, School of Business and Economics, we have got 6 participants. They're all senior lecturers, and I think there's one deputy dean, Prof. Dr. Haslinda. Yeah. Okay, and then we have got 3 MBA students from Putra Business School again. Yeah, sorry. And we have 2 from Petronas. Yeah. So from your background, I briefly have read your background. Yes, you do have some marketing knowledge, marketing experience, yeah? Though there's 1 or 2 of you who are totally in the technical field, but to me, marketing, all of us is a marketing person. So it is good to have the skills and knowledge to give you the competitive edge. Okay, just briefly about our class. I think we have shared the class schedule with all of you. The 3 subjects that you're going to have starting today, next week, and the following week, you're all exempted from the subjects. But what we at IMM do is that we prepare the refresher classes for all of you. It's only a day, 9 to 3. And then you can join the classes if you're free. Otherwise, you can listen to the recording, which Shafiz will share in the Google Drive. So in the Google Drive, you find that you'll have all the information there. So please, off and on, just log in and just review your Google Drive to see for or to look out for latest updates. Yeah. Okay. In the schedule also, we have got some compulsory classes because we've got trainers or facilitators from Singapore. Because this CPM, the papers are actually, the questions are set by Singapore, which is the Education HQ for CPM. And they also mark the papers. So over the years, I think Malaysia is the only country that does this. We chip in a little bit extra to the trainer from Singapore so that he or she will then share some of the tips. Sometimes, if you're lucky, he even share some of the spot questions for your exam. So that class is actually very, very important. But of course, due to your busy schedule, sometimes you can't attend, but just listen to the recording. And these classes normally we do over the weekends, but now even weekends is sometimes very difficult. So we might even do it after office hours, maybe late in the evening, 8 p.m. or 9 p.m. Yeah, something like that. So we'll keep you posted, but you just follow the schedule as close as possible. If any changes, we'll update in the group. Yeah. And then, as I said, these are the compulsory classes. Try to attend. And the additional classes from the MIS or AMF, try your best to attend because that will directly benefit you. How the exam is conducted, since 2024, what Marketing Institute of Singapore does is that they have put you on the LMS, the Learning Management System. So the questions will be sent directly to your email. So from time to time, make sure you give us your right email. Yeah, sometimes last minute you change your email, the questions did not reach you. Okay, so the questions will send to you via email to your email directly via the LMS. We will give you the guide nearer to date. You look at the questions and you're given exams online. You're given 14 days to submit your answers, also via LMS. Okay, so what we at IMM do, we do a little bit extra. We request you to send us the answer script, not via LMS, through the email, our email. I think Shafiz has given you the email at IMM. You send us your answer script. We will try to go through and see whether it has met the standards. A little bit lah, not much. Yeah, as I said, we don't have the answers either, but we will be able to guide you whether you're on the right track or not. Okay. That's a little bit extra that IMM does all these years. Yeah. And then nearer to date also, we will go through once you finish all your classes, the 5 subjects, we will have a brief session. I think in the dates that's already been set up, we'll guide you on the number of pages, the marking, and so on and so forth. If we tell you now too early, you might forget. And we want you to not to worry about anything. Just relax and attend the classes. That's how the exams are conducted right now. So if let's say your exam is on the 14th of October, before the 28th, 14 days, on the 28th, I think by 5 p.m. or 11 p.m., I'm not sure, but we'll guide you. You need to submit your answers through the LMS. Okay. And then the second exam is, let's say, on the 28th, the questions will come via LMS again, and you're given 14 days. So as and where possible, IMM will guide you even after the questions are out. Yeah. If we find that it's a bit tough, we need to extend you the help. And I think if you need help, we are there within that 14 days. Okay. This is a professional learning, adult learning. So no right or wrong answers most of the time, but it's all about, your presentation, your critical thinking, and so on and so forth. The subject matter, basically, the points, your argument points, basically is something like that. Okay. And as I said, we have offered that you send us the answer script for us to help to check whether you're on the right track. And the other 2 points is that when we send you a WhatsApp, I would appreciate if you could just acknowledge, receive a noted with thanks and all that. Because sometimes when you're quiet, we are not sure whether you have received it or not. Okay, if you're busy, you can always get your friend or whoever to just inform us. Okay, yeah, because that's important. Because sometimes through our experience, sometimes the participants, I know all of us are very busy. Sometimes we don't read our email, we don't check our messages, and sometimes your WhatsApp goes right down and you missed it. But just look out for information from us. Inform us whether, and the other thing is that try and inform us whether you can attend the class or not. It's just it will help us. That's all. Okay, it will also help the trainer to be prepared. Yeah. Okay, I think that's about it from me. Of course, the support from us, we have Shafiz, who is part of the secretariat. He takes care of your admin matters, your billing and things like that, and any other support, yeah, during class and after class. And I'm also in the group. And of course, we have got from Putra Business School, we have got the PIC in charge to support Prof. Mani and the other 3 students. Also from UPM, we've got Fairoz and Eileen, who's also supporting the whole group from Petronas. I think this is the first time. Oh no, this is not the first time. We have had CPM graduates from Petronas before who were MBA students, but direct working professionals. This is the first time we're having both of you, Husaini and Anas. I think he's in. Anas tak masuk lagi, I think. Okay. Okay. Okay, and then just additional info from the 12 of you, 3 of you are applying for your levy through the HRDC. Of course, there are a couple of things that you have to comply, and Shafiz will communicate with all of you accordingly. So compliance by HRDC is very, very important. Otherwise, the claim will not be approved. Yeah, but right now, all the courses, the trainers, everything has been approved. So no worries. You just come on board and do your part, attend the classes, and get the feel of CPM. And your journey starts today, actually. Okay, so I will open for some questions if you have any before I get Dr. Amjad on board. Okay, otherwise quickly I just go through. I've got Dr. Mio there, I've got Dr. Haslinda there, Dr. Anita, Dr. Siti Salwa, I've got Dr. Ariba, I've got Prof. Wani, I've got Dr.
I'm here.
Hi, Prof. Wani.
Hi, Dr. Sharifah.
Hi. And then I've got Dr. Norsia, I've got Dilwa. Help me how I pronounce your name.
You can call me Diva.
Diva. Okay, Diva Cha, yeah. I can call you Diva, yeah. Thank you. And then Abdul Kadir. also PBS student. I've got Dr. Najah. And then Dr. Amjad, I've got Husaini. Syafiz, Anas tak ada ya?
Belum masuk lagi.
Anas lambat sikit.
Lambat sikit
Dia lambat masuk.
Tak apa, tapi dia akan masuk Okay, good.
InsyaAllah.
Okay. Okay, just okay, tak apa. Nanti you all get to know each other lah nanti in the group. I think during class and all that. Okay. All right, any questions from anyone?
I don't have question, Datuk. Thank you very much.
Okay, good. Ni, I suppose the rest pun tak ada.
Tak ada lagi, Datuk, insyaAllah.
Okay,
Kalau
good.
ada nanti kita tanya, insyaAllah.
Okay, good.
Thank you, Datuk.
Kita ambil group picture dulu boleh?
Oh, nak ambil group photo. Okay, siapa yang boleh buka kamera, buka lah. Tak boleh, tak apa. Okay, Syafri nak ambil gambar
Ya.
Okay. Siapa yang boleh on the camera on, otherwise it's okay.
Okay.
Okay, just for our record.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Okay, thank you all. So I'll pass the session to Dr. Amjad, who will take through the marketing strategy with all of you. Enjoy your class. It's 9 to 3. No worries. I'll just be there for a while, and I might just come in and go out, but I might put on audio most of the time. Yeah. So okay, Dr. Amjad, it's all yours.
Okay, all right. Can
good.
you hear me? Just want to check my voice. Is everything okay?
Can hear you. Thank you, Dr. Amjad.
Okay, all right. Okay, so Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And very good morning, everyone. I think most senior and diverse group ever I am sharing today, including Prof. Vani. So of course, I don't know much expectations from the diverse audience because what I have seen, many of you already from marketing background and also, already teaching marketing strategy. But what I brought basically more is from the examples from Asian perspective, some of the brands, why are they performing? So hopefully this sharing will be somehow interesting, and please feel free to share any kind of further information. So the purpose is not like a teaching, it is rather what I have and I am sharing, and then I need all of your cooperation to chip in and contribute your thoughts so that we learn together, we learn from each other. So my role will be more as a moderator. So before that one of the first and most important step in marketing is basically to know who is the other side of the our business, or to whom we are talking. So that's why we will take few minutes to have a brief introduction of ourselves, and then following that I will explain about the course learning outcome, and then I will share some of the preparation that I have made for. Okay, so I think we can start with the top-down list. First one we can see here for Fani.
Oh, my name on the top.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Amjad. I introduce myself. My name is Professor Azmawani Abdul Rahman. Currently, I'm the CEO and President of Putra Business School. And previously I was the Director of Corporate Strategy and Communication at University Putra Malaysia. So my PhD is in the Operations and Technology Management in United Kingdom. And my bachelor is in finance from United States. So I'm very excited to be part of the class today. And of course, marketing is something of interest. And as mentioned by Dato', it's applied to everyone, and it's always something new to learn. And I want to see the perspective and what actually CPM have to offer to all of us. Thank you very much, and glad to see everyone in this group.
Thank you so much, Fani. Yeah, very,
Yeah.
very much happy to be together in this session. So we will, yeah, have a, we will basically request your also thoughts from another angle of marketing. Probably you have not studied marketing as a course, right, before?
As a subject, but of course, throughout my career, I apply a lot of,
Correct.
things about marketing, and it's always, I think, everyone's interest on marketing, as mentioned by Dato'. Marketing is for everyone. Even if you market yourself, it's also part of marketing.
Yes, exactly.
And
Yeah, so that's why everywhere. So we will basically see from another angle as well. So thank you so much, Prof. Vani. And now we go with the second one, Mr. Diva. Mr. or Doctor here mentioned nothing, so I'm saying Mr. If Doctor, please let introduce yourself as well. Yeah.
Hi, morning everyone. Morning, Doctor. So my name is Diva. So I'm actually a student of MBA, PBS student, majoring in marketing. I have no work experience in marketing, but I rather thought it's an interesting subject that I thought I would learn. At the moment, I'm currently the finance and accounts manager for a social enterprise called Mereka Innovative Education Sdn Bhd in Malaysia.
Okay.
Yep. So
Okay.
I'd like to be part of things.
Okay, that's good. Yeah. More from the industry, right?
Yeah, not
Okay.
from the
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Diva. Okay. Now we go with Mr. Abdul Qadir. Hello.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Abdul Qadir. I'm from Tanzania. I'm here studying MBA at Putra Business School. And my background is I take Bachelor of Business Administration in Zanzibar University. I specialize in marketing. So I'm here to continue myself in marketing field. As here, I'm taking MBA in marketing.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much. Okay, now we go with Mr. Anita. Miss Anita. Dr. Anita. Yeah, hello. Can you hear me? Anita. Okay, maybe not available. Okay, Dr. Ariba. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, clearly.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So can you please introduce yourself?
Me? Okay. Morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum, professors, doctors, and everyone. I'm Naja Abdul Mubin from School of Business and Economics. So basically, my background in operation management, supply chain, and halal logistics. Talking about marketing, previously, I just learning marketing part of my subjects before this in bachelor and also master's level. So because I don't have basically direct working experience in marketing. So I hope this session will be another additional advantage for myself as well and also for future, inshallah. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. All right. So now we go with Dr. Noorsia.
Hello, Assalamualaikum. Good morning. Okay, my name is Nosia. Okay, and I'm the head of the BBA programs at the School of Business and Economics. And okay, about my background, my PhD is on the supply chain intelligence, and somehow that I'm more on the strategic management. Okay, currently. about some of the knowledge that I have about the marketing. Basically, that I teach. I've been teaching. Okay, my experience. I've been teaching the entrepreneur. So somehow that marketing is not new to me. Okay, so but not so advanced on the marketing side, because I'm not the marketing lecturers. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Doctor. Okay, now we go with Dr. Aslinda.
Hello, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning.
Welcome.
I'm an associate professor and a deputy dean for academics undergraduate at the School of Business and Economics. It's good to be here. I'm excited to be on board. My area is marketing. I did my PhD in marketing, and I think it's good since as we all know, learning is lifelong. So I'm actually excited to learn and to be on this journey and to complete this journey successfully with everyone. Thank you very much, Dr. Amjad, and everyone. Hi. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Aslinda. Okay, now we go with Dr. Lina. Can you hear me? Yeah, Madam, Dr. Lina, I can see your name over here, Dr. Lina. Okay, maybe we go with Dr. Mayor.
Assalamualaikum. Good morning to all, Professor, Doctors, Dato, and my friend. My name is Dr. Mio Rashid Abdullah. You can call me Mio. I'm a senior lecturer from School of Business and Economics. My research area, research interest is on human resource management, organizational behavior, and management. So looking forward to learn about marketing throughout this course. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, so now we go with Dr. Muhammad Hussaini.
All right. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning. Actually, I'm not doctor. I engineer. Okay. So you can call me Husaini. I'm from Petronas Energy and Gas Trading. Previously worked as engineer at Petronas Gas Berhad. So my degree and master in chemical engineering, UTP. But it's
Okay,
actually I'm on development. So I'm being actually transferred to this particular position. Currently, I'm heading marketing for sales gas and also export to neighboring country, which is Singapore lah. So this is basically on job development for me to actually further drive into techno commercial leader. Okay, so I'm happy actually to be part of the team so that I can grow my network, enhance my skills, especially in terms of negotiation and strategy. Yeah, I think marketing is all about how do we plan to execute as a front line of the business to make it a reality. Okay, so
yeah.
yeah, hopefully to have worked with all the academicians and all experience in marketing teams here. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Okay, all right, now we have Dr. Naja.
Hello. I just shared just now
Oh,
about
yeah,
myself.
sorry. Oh, okay, yeah, because your name appearing second last, so that's why.
Yes, true. It's
Okay,
okay.
all right. So anyone left? I think all we covered, right?
Me, Siti Salwa.
Okay, yeah, please.
Okay, Assalamualaikum and good morning, everyone. I'm Siti Salwa, lecturer from School of Business and Economics. My teaching core is on entrepreneurships, and then my PhD area focuses on entrepreneurship and technological adoption among SME. I am very excited to join this program. I'm looking forward. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much. Very much appreciated. Okay, so anyone left? We covered everyone, right? Okay, I think I'll cover it. So now let me share. Uh, Basically, before coming for this class, I assume that majority of you basically already coming from marketing background. So that's why I didn't at this moment didn't bring that the theoretical part of it. But definitely I'm teaching strategy marketing to MBA our program very regularly. So I have a lot of material. Definitely, I can share all the angles, theoretical, strategic, planning perspective, the implementation process, and everything. But let me start with what I have now, whatever basically I prepared till the break, and then I will get your feedback if this is okay to continue, or you also want additionally the theoretical part, such as strategic planning process or strategy marketing process, and all those kind of NSOF metrics, BCG metrics, and in terms of evaluation. So after the break, then I will get your feedback, and then if needed, I can also cover that part as well. Okay. So we, of course, it's not what we call it like a lecture. It is more on the sharing. So that's why we will be open to whatever our need is. So certainly I will be able to share whatever you need and whatever we can, create a good experience together. Okay. So now marketing strategy is our course. Okay. And as you know, my name already, but just would like to give a brief introduction. So I'm associated with University Technology Petronas, UTP. My PhD is in marketing. MS Master of Science also is in marketing, and MBA also is in marketing. So basically, I also worked in industry in the discipline of marketing, meaning I was dealing with the customers and all those critical experience I got working with some of the Japanese project under JICA. I came to UTP for my PhD, and now it's about 13 years already in UTP. Working year 7. In addition to my affiliation with UTP as a lecturer, I also, of course, do research, which is important for us. But I'm also actively conducting training. We have a Center for Advanced Professional Education, CAP. So that is so far 2,000 plus industry professionals training I have conducted in terms of, those kind of my areas are here: value co-creation, social intelligence, design thinking, decision making. So these are some of my areas. Also, I'm the chartered manager from CMI UK, and of course, certified professional marketer CPM from Asia Market Federation, the same program that you are in, and HRD accredited trainer as well. We have 3 course learning outcome from this marketing strategy course. Okay, one is mostly like identify similarities and differences among Asian countries that impact marketing strategies. Number 2, understand stages of progress and applicable marketing strategies for each market. And number 3, apply marketing strategies to deliver unique value to customers. So these are 3 learning outcomes. Okay. So this is what we call it course outline. The objective of this module is to inculcate in candidates a managerial, analytical, and comprehensive approach towards marketing management, right? So that's why you can see over here is more target is on the application side. So that's why I have a lot of examples. The subject covers the comprehensive understanding of marketing strategy, tactics, and values. This is augmented with real company cases as illustrations. So I will be sharing some global brands, top global brands, local brands, Asian brands. And then, of course, I will also need your, opinion on them. So that is the part of our this learning outcome as well. This is what we call it as a part of this learning process. Company cases from the Asia region will also be used for analysis in which candidates can meaningfully apply the strategies learned. The Asia perspective is provided by way of the application of strategies to specific regional countries given their economic, political, legal, and social cultural characteristics. So this is what I read now is basically the course synopsis, which is important for us to know. Now, as in this CPM, you will be having two class, what we call it, assessments. So that's why it is important to have lot of examples from Asian cases. So the knowledge that you will gain in this particular course, you can use those as an example when you are providing solution to your other courses actually. Okay. So as just now I mentioned, so as mentioned, these are the learning outcomes. So we will be going with that. Okay. Now, first thing first, globalization mindset in marketing, balancing global reach with local relevance. If we talk about global brands, right? So we can see top 5 global brands are what? Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Google, and Samsung. And only one of them is coming from Asia. 4 coming from actually USA. Now these global brands, of course, there are a lot of ways of calculation, but this global brands over here basically is the global presence in terms of number of countries as well as its market value. So you can see here 3.2 trillion, world's largest market value is to the Apple now. 3.1 trillion, second largest, Microsoft. Very interesting, huh? Microsoft. Now Apple crossed Microsoft already. Amazon 1.9, 2.3 trillion is Google. So now Google is number 4, and then Samsung 370. Now you can see from this angle that Southeast Asia also have many successful brands, but it's not global, it's a regional brands. Shopee, number 1, okay, coming from Singapore. Grab, also Singapore. GoTo is Indonesia, okay, market value $70 billion USD, whereas this is 7 billion, sorry, and this is 30 billion. Lazada, 4, and DSB Bank Singapore. So from Southeast Asia, we can see if we talk about top 5 global brands, so Singapore is leading, while globally USA is leading. Now coming to Malaysia, 5, number 1, Petronas leading, 90 billion USD. This is 2023 data, so 24 or 25 data definitely will be more. Maybank is the second one, 70 billion USD. Sorry, 15 billion USD. So 90 billion Petronas and 15 billion Maybank, a huge difference. But it means from this particular, there's a huge gap of the the brand gap in terms of market value. Celcom DG, number 3, Grab, Malaysia, meaning this is a Singapore brand, but inside Malaysia, it is in terms of presence, number 4, and then AirAsia, number 5. Now, what is the lesson learned over here is that, number 1, global brands, we from Southeast Asia, we don't have any except one coming from just now what I've shown you, South Korea, Samsung. But if we see China market, soon I will be sharing many, especially the EV, they are competing now. So the future, we can predict that Asian brands will go higher. But still, the gap is there. The global presence is not as it should be. So is it the problem of the products, or is it the problem of the brand, or what are the factors due to which Asian brands are not in the top 5 brands or top 10 brands of the global? You can see even we are using all the platform coming from US, Microsoft Teams, Microsoft itself, Asian. So, but China, they are developing their own. We are using WhatsApp, they are using WeChat, right? So, but when we talk about WeChat or the local platform, only TikTok become global. So it means that some of the Asian brands also become global, there is a way of it, right? So this is a bit interesting. I hope you will understand what I want to say, that we talk about a product or service, that is the fundamental of exchange. Then we talk about the brand, and then we calculate the impact of the brand, not the impact of the product, right? So when we calculate the impact of the brand, some of the brands become global from Asia, but majority are not. So what is the psychology behind that actually? What is the reason behind that? If we see, all in all, one of the most important reason is the connectivity and the user, the end user. Who is the target audience? TikTok generation, Gen Z, mostly, right? The user base is strong. The value that they would like to create is something that is basically very clear. And the digital connectivity is so strong that in every smartphone you can easily use it. Eventually, it basically, increased its market share a lot. So these days, that due to this global connectivity, and those brands especially manage to understand the end user perspective first before developing, or they innovate continuously based on the user perspective, so they become global soon. So that is one of the reason. If you talk about, again, Apple, iPhone 16 just last week. Last year, iPhone 16 came. And when they announced, right? So in Malaysia, first day in T-Rex, Tun Razak Exchange Complex, the line to purchase iPhone 16 started at 5 a.m. You can read this news. You definitely may know about it as well. And interestingly, who purchased first in Malaysia? One couple came from Vietnam, specifically buy a ticket to come to Malaysia, and went to T-Rex Complex, stand in a line at 5 a.m. in the morning to buy this particular brand, the iPhone 16, and become the first to buy from Malaysia and went back. Because why they came? They were not able to wait, or they were not, they were so excited to buy as soon as possible as it is released, and Vietnam planned to bring it after a month, so they couldn't even wait for a month. Question is it because they were in a need of a telephone to call someone? No, right? So psychology, consumer psychology, they are so much, in a way, psychologically engaged by Apple, that they jump here and then stand in the line. And there was a huge line from 5 until 9 o'clock. And after that, only few managed to get iPhone 16. Now 17, again, the market is crazy. People are waiting when it will come here. Pre-order started already, right? So reason is Apple managed to capture the psychology. Now you see, from the price angle, if we talk about a price in business, of course, the most important is profit. But that is what the fundamental understanding of marketing is, that profit is one of the most important. Definitely that is most important, but that is automatically that will come. We need to have a, what we call it, backward strategy, not the forward strategy. Backward means that when you manage to understand customers, and when you manage to capture their psychology, then you don't need to use push marketing strategy. You will pull them by themselves. You take an example again, what I mentioned just now, the smartphone, this what we call it, Apple, they managed to do that one. If you see the price, it is expensive phone, right? By price calculation, those who are rich people, they should be the target market. But if you see statistic, heavy market share is to the Gen Z. Users are Gen Z actually, despite they cannot afford it by themselves, right? But they ask parents to buy. So if for example, the target market only to the richer people, the market growth or market share might be lesser. If you see like EV, let's say. So the market share comparatively is lower. Why? Because the target is that one. So the psychology of Apple, what they did is actually high price, but target market is most the youngsters with the new features, with all those kind of fancy and experiences. So eventually they managed to balance both the high income people, of course, as well, plus the young generation. So that is what the psychology of consumer can help to basically create a very different perspective. So all is about marketing. If we see Southeast Asia, 700 million population, massive consumer market with diverse languages and cultural preferences. The beauty of Asia is the languages and the culture. If you talk about West, language and culture is somehow similar. So now here is a more challenge. I hope now we will start connecting the dots that how and why we can make our brand successful in what ways actually. So it's not only about the features and benefits, it's about understanding the whole ecosystem. So any Western brand, the target market can be a bigger because the culture comparatively compared to Asia is somehow same. And the language is one, like English in most of the English speaking countries. But here we need to communicate differently. We need to have a different cultural presence, right? So the factors which we call it external marketing environment is impacting us differently as compared to West. Internet penetration is increasing, 650 million plus internet user now. So that's why soon I will show you about TikTok figures. Recently, we have conducted one research on basically this Gen Z, especially when they are using this TikTok purchases, right? So what we found is that the Gen Z is not a price conscious, despite they don't own or earn money, but they are variety seeker and they are heavily influenced by the influencer. We call it social proof. So influencer, when they promote it, they consider it as authentic and immediately they do increase impulse buying. So the impulse buying ratio of the Gen Z is very, very much higher and higher. So when this is the case, then the marketing strategies need to be very different for Gen Z as compared to, the elder group as well, right? So if we see the total population in Asia, right? So this is about total population. If you can see the figure, let me show you. I think the page is over here. Is 690 million. 690 million is the total population of Southeast Asia. So huge customer base, okay? And these are 6 million. Malaysia is here in terms of population, 34 million. Indonesia, highest one, followed by Philippines, then Vietnam, Thailand, Myanmar. And then we check what are the top brands of these countries. Okay, so Malaysia, Petronas and Maybank, two are leading, but others go to Telcom Cell, Jollibee, then VinFast. Now VinFast in terms of car is also very, very famous in Vietnam, right? So these are some of the top brands. Singapore Airlines, DBS Bank. So these are two top brands. So if you see the real facts behind these two, what are the unique way they manage to be on the top? So they always have some sort of unique value. And this unique value is basically they deliver from the customer lens. They deliver solution, they manage to understand and they manage to capture the customer psychology, and eventually they become actually successful brands. Coca-Cola example in China. Now, as you can see, China is developing a lot of localized brand, and they some of them went global, but many are local. So they don't much prefer the global brands. So it is a bit challenge for Coca-Cola in China how to survive and how to basically be successful, right? So they overcame this Western commercialism stigma by recognizing local beverage preferences and cultural values. So they went with a local taste, with a local context, with a local advertisement, right? So eventually become, they managed to penetrate it. So cultural adaptation, one of the, another thing that they basically adapted. So what they did is consumer insight gathered from the market, what culture they want, what type of test they want, what type of advertisement they want. So eventually they localize it and they become actually successful. Otherwise, quite challenging to penetrate in the China market due to local preferences what they have actually. So if we see Asia's diverse market landscape, 4.5 billion people across 49 countries, we have a massive scale. Singapore and Vietnam and India. So developed Singapore, of course, followed by emerging Vietnam and Indian market. So marketing strategies need diversity, not one size fit all approach, right? So that's why when it comes to not one size fit all, so we have a more challenge because of the diversity, because of the lot of differences. Another common thing that we have in Asia, East Asia, is collectivism, right? Family tradition, social harmony, China, Japan, and Korea. More on the collectivism dominates. But Southeast Asia is a mix of collectivism and religious influences. So any brand going to Asia, East Asia versus Southeast Asia cannot have the same strategy. Because here we have a sentiment, Indonesia and Malaysia, combined of collectivism plus religious influences, which over here we don't have it. And third is East, what we call it, South Asia, which is diverse ethnicities and languages with strong community ties in India and Pakistan, for example. So now, what is the purpose of this is sharing is to bring the real factors that sometime when we develop marketing strategies, we mostly talk about what is good about the product, what kind of new features we can introduce, what kind of new innovation we can have it, all those keys, features and benefits approach. But if we see the other side, how to penetrate in the market and how to basically make it global, it need to integrate all those external factors, external marketing factors, which are super important in order to penetrate. So that's why there's a one research said that 90% entrepreneur fail. You can see on Google and you will find it out. Many reports said actually that 90% entrepreneurial ideas fail at early stage. Forbes also published the same research. Okay, what happened to the rest 10%? Those become the global brands, right? So those 10% actually use the working backward methodology. If you talk about Amazon is using working backward methodology. We call it AWS working backward. So working backward methodology is not working on the product first, rather they start working on the customer first. So you can see all these top brands, they have used this methodology, eventually become the leading brand. Now, if you see from the similarities in Asia, we have relationship building, family influences, economic growth. Any product, any services that we are working on, or we are basically manufacturing, or we are working on any business, if we keep it for a while, we see the other side, we will notice lot of family influences, relationship or influences, external marketing, environmental factors. If we study them first, and if we study consumer first, and then come back to innovate and renovate what we have, that is what the Amazon is doing. That is what the Apple is basically doing, working backward. So eventually they become the leading brands actually. We have key differences as well over here in Asia, some key similarities and key differences which we cannot avoid. Language barriers, communication in one channel or in one language to one segment, and another, what we call it, language to another segment. It was quite expensive before, but now due to AI, we reduced a lot of cost. So AI is going to help us in managing these cultural and mega differences over here, because earlier we talk about market segmentation, it is quite expensive. We talk about communication, promotional strategies, quite expensive, because for each language, each segment, we need to use different strategies. But now mediated by AI, then this is going to basically facilitate companies in terms of managing their marketing strategies, because we are going to reduce the our cost as well. LG, now LG global brand, right? When they went to India, what they did is basically India need cultural touch. They need colors. So you Google, you will find out some of the refrigerators that launch in India are so beautiful and so colorful. Outside is also colorful. It's not like this kind of aesthetic actually. They put a red color, a yellow color, a mix of colors, and that market accepted it actually. So it's not about the product, what is inside only, but it is the packaging that they have done, and eventually LG become basically successful in India and become in number one refrigerator brand actually. So we talk about LG, we talk about Samsung, we talk about other successful refrigerator, right? Which one becomes successful? It's not about the feature and benefit. It's about the packaging that they have done. It's about the local cultural touch that they have done and eventually become number one. So lesson so far, what I basically conclusion is that cultural factors, diversity, ethnic values, languages, all those are, we call it external marketing environmental factors. So those are very much important to study first, and then coming back to study what we have, and we have to co-create the value with external factors together with what we have it, and then we present it to the work with the customers, and eventually we will be able to capture their psychology and able to create difference as compared to competitors. I will stop for a while, but after sharing some marketing facts from the Malaysian, multicultural and digitally connected world. Cultural diversity, Malaysia is known for that. Languages, cultural values, and consumer behaviors, we are known for that. But digital penetration is 90% now, right? So it's increased. We have now 90% digital connectivity. And now, who is being influenced by what? Okay. Now, TikTok, or what we call it, this social media is playing a very important role in terms of marketing. They have changed the marketing base. Remember, there was a time when what we call it, advertisement used to be, honored on mainstream television, and one of the most expensive advertisement was 10 seconds before the news. For example, if news is 9 o'clock in the evening, at 8:59, at last minute, one of the most expensive advertisement was on that particular time, right? Today, no more mainstream media, 9 second, 10 second heavy investment to be on that one, all gone, right? So the huge shift of television, of advertisement, we have observed in past 1 decade. And especially recently now we are observing another trend. There was a time again, we used to call celebrities endorsement, Shah Rukh Khan and those Neelofar, and they should be in our advertisement. Today, AI can help us to generate advertisement, and many companies are doing, right? So now where those celebrities, what type of celebrities, the role they are playing. Now the brands, they don't need anymore to have a real man, a real woman in their advertisement to be supported with. So the celebrities are those influencers use another technique now, and they are promoting, and they are using another channel, which is TikTok marketing, influencer marketing. So now influencer marketing is really successful because this is increasing the impulsive buying. Most of the impulsive buying is leading from the influencer. These are top 10 influencers in Malaysia. Okay. Number one, you can see here, and we will notice how much what we call it base they have, or presence they have in terms of number one, Roswell, okay, 7.8 million followers. Now companies want Roswell basically to promote their products, and this 7.8 million reach is in minutes or in hours, especially Gen Z. And we can see a lot of success stories of these endorsements coming from influencer and its impact on the company's revenue. 7.5 million is second one, which is Angel Lovey. The account is Angel Lovey. The real name, I don't know. But okay, Jovin, 6.5 million, another top number 3 influencer on TikTok. Key, 4.3 million followers, a huge databases. Jeff Human, 3.9 million. Okay, and these are the names, we don't know them actually. Dr. Ben G, 3.1 million. Puspa Govin, 2.9 million. And then we have 2.9 million, another one, which is Steven. And then 2.7 million is Abang Yupinin. And then Nini Wong is 2.4 million. So now you can see these 10 people are not the mainstream celebrities. Some of them may be, but not all actually. Like they are not coming from sports, they are not coming from dramas or movies, and they have spent their whole life to become celebrity, and today companies are asking them to facilitate them or help them. No, they use another approach and become another influencer in a way, right? So the marketing strategy also shifting, and we need to shift. We have no option, because now the way customers are expecting or being connected is actually very different. So when this all shift we can observe here, so the way we basically, the companies need to do market segmentation, which we used to do a long time ago. We talk about 4 market segmentation: geographic, demographic, psychographic, and behavioral segmentation. Those fundamental marketing concepts still remain same, but the way we are doing this segmentation is now very different actually, because influencer and this all social media and the AI has totally reshaped the segmentation strategies. And now we can go with the niche marketing. We can go with the micro marketing. We can go with there was a time when we talk about customization, and companies realized that customization is expensive. Therefore, they were using a different approach. But today, customization become more easy, because we will be able to see the data, the base of customization, that how many people really would like to get customized products. Otherwise, there was a time, conventional marketing, very difficult to know how many people want customized products. So that's why investment different. Today, investment is different. So before I what we call it, stop for the question and answer, just would like to say, winning formula is global scale plus regional insight plus local authenticity. These 3 we need to marry together. We need to marry them. We need to bring all these flavors together in order to have a what we call it, seeing the market from another angle, and also to penetrate in the market at large scale, in local as well as the global. We need to have a strategic investment areas, invest in comprehensive cultural research. This is super important now. Why cultural research? Because this is shaping our marketing strategies. Agile adaptation capabilities. We talk about now agile marketing. No long-term marketing plan are applicable. There was time we used to talk about long-term marketing strategies, short-term, mid-range marketing strategies. Today we talk about agile. Why? Because we never know what is happening next year. We were not aware 3 years ago that AI is going to change marketing in such a huge way. But today we can see it has changed. We don't know after 1 to 2 years what is going to happen. We can only predict and forecast, right? So that's why agile adaptation in marketing is important. And finally, future belongs to brands that connect deeply and authentically everywhere they establish presence. This is very key message. Without deeply and authentically connecting with the end user, it is very difficult to bring our brand high, and it is very difficult to basically increase our market share and market growth. Okay, so now it become a lecture, but this was important for me to share what I brought here, and I will stop for a while to basically get your questions, feedback, and further contribution. The most important is please share some sort of your own experiences or whatever. So I will open it to you for any kind of further discussion. So any question? First we go with any question. I hope everyone is here, or I'm talking alone, actually, to myself.
So far, okay, clear.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. No question? Okay. You want a break or no?
Can we have like take 5 minutes break?
Okay, yes, sure. We can take
Thank
5 minute
you.
break. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's 10.1. We can meet at 10.6.
Okay.
Okay, all right. Okay, all right. Is everyone back?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, how about others? Okay, yes, all right. Anyone else can thumbs up or any kind of okay, all right. I can see many. Okay, perfect. All right, still with me, huh? Okay, good. Okay, all right. So now, here I will basically ask now one important viewpoint from you. Okay, so Asia, as I said again, Asia growth outlook in 2025, we have a mixed picture. Okay. Interestingly, developing Asia GDP growth forecast downgraded to 4.7 in 2025. Okay. Can anyone tell me what you think? Why this GDP growth in Asia is downgraded to 4.7%? Actually, initial forecast was about 5% or 4.9, but 5%, but it downgraded to 4.7%, right? So anyone would like to share your view that why there is a downgrade or decrease in the uh, GDP growth in Asia? What could be the factor, some of the important factors? Yeah, anyone? Otherwise, I will have to name respectfully. Okay. Any viewpoint, what you think? No answer. I hope everyone is here. I'm not alone. I feel so bored if I'm alone. Any rough view, no problem. No right and wrong answer, right? We have different views.
I think, Doctor, they have some comment in the chat.
Comment in the chat. Okay, I cannot see. Okay. Okay. All right. So is in the chat. Trump imposes new taxation. Yes, geopolitical issues. Okay, yes, correct. Exactly. So basically, one of the major problem is this uncertainty, right? And then geopolitical tensions in Middle East also. This is impacting like Ukraine, like what we call it, this Gaza war, and then of course the very significant impact of what we call it. Trump policy, which is unpredictable, can change in a minute, right? Without notice sometime, right? So economic challenges certainly we have and we will observe in the future, right? We never know. You can see recently with India, the initially he imposed 50% tariff. So how it changed or is going to change is all about political management. So what they did actually, President of India, he went to meet China and Russia. After meeting, now Trump said, okay, we want to negotiate with India. We are good friends, we have good businesses and this and that. So all these kind of things will keep changing. And this is going to impact all of us actually, because we are connected. We have a huge import and export with all those countries, and sudden changes will certainly impact. Economic growth by sub-region. Southeast Asia growth, 5.9%, which is comparative to East Asia and Southeast is higher because of India impact. India is a very large country. and Sri Lanka also having economic recovery. So that's why we can see, of course, the overall Asia, we have seen the downgrade, but if we see within Asia, so we can see the growth we observed 5.9%. And then East Asia growth revised again downward, impacted by US tariff 4.3% on Korea and Hong Kong trade dependent economy. And then 4.2% Southeast Asia faces largest downgrade revision pressured by trade tensions and heavy export dependency on global markets. So we can see that this is a huge impact, right? So when this is an impact, is impact to not only businessmen, not only big companies, it is an impact to every pocket, sooner or later. So as a marketing professionals, what we need to do, what type of approach we need to have so that while external factors we cannot control, but we are not the survivor of those external factors. One thing before the break that I focus is on working backward, understanding the consumers first, then developing the product and solutions in order to meet the customer requirements and experiences, right? But the second, now the aspect is that while we talk about meeting customers' perspective and all those kind of micro factors, we also have to see the major factors, global influencing factors that are impacting us. And we need to basically have a marketing strategies, which if we will not think about, is going to impact us a lot. Regional growth patterns reveal stark difference across Asian sub-regions, with South Asia leading while Southeast Asia faces significant challenges from global trend uncertainties. We have seen impact on many companies already. Now, another super important thing coming from Asia is AI leadership. Taiwan emerges as a global AI hub, leveraging mature semiconductor supply chains and advanced manufacturing capabilities to capture growing demand. On the other side, China also heavy investment on AI. We have seen DeepSeek already, how successful it is with a minimal cost, right? So is something is very super that AI, China has developed. And in addition to just DeepSeek, there are so many other new AI way of managing business is invented by China. May I know if you are aware about China dark factory? You can post in the chat box yes or no, or you can speak. I will be very happy to hear your beautiful voices and sounds. Anyone can share. Are you aware about what we call it China dark factories? No, okay. All right, so let me show you a video, right? So quick video that you can see China dark factory, how it work. Give me a second, I will be showing video now. Okay, so quick one. Okay, so here, sharing with sound. Okay, may I know if you can see?
With lights dimmed.
Can you see the
And no workers in sight.
video or no? Can you confirm so that I can play?
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay, all right.
This car factory in China uses hundreds of robots to churn out dozens of electric vehicles an hour, 24/7. This is a dark factory, an area of the plant so automated and with so little human presence that, in theory, the lights could be completely shut off. Factories like this one are part of China's bid to use hyper-automation to dominate the electric vehicle or EV market. But the furious trade war between Washington and Beijing raises a key question. Who is going to buy all these new cars? For decades, the abundance of cheap labour explained why China was seen as the world's factory floor. But the economy is changing.
The labor costs had been going up in China for many years. I think it happened faster than many people in the West expected. And so if you're a factory owner, you want to find a way to blunt the impact of that. And automation is one very obvious way.
Rapid advancements in robotisation has helped create what is now known as dark factories.
当我们在焊装车间有800多台机器人同时在工作，那这里边呢几乎可以实现完全关灯生产。
This is Zeekr, a Chinese luxury EV maker founded in 2021, whose cars cost up to $125,000 apiece. In its flagship factory in northeastern China, the automaker can already produce up to 300,000 cars a year, or more than 800 cars a day. For comparison, Tesla has similar production levels, but it took more than a decade to achieve this volume. For Zeekr, robotisation has a double advantage.
那我们也要面临人员的成本的上升，那我们希望能够通过自动化的方式，能够帮助来提高更高的产品，更低的这个制造成本。
Some tasks still require a human touch, such as the meticulous assembly of the cables that run throughout the car. Workers also go into the factories to perform tasks like robot maintenance. The company's ambition is to keep automating, to deliver its cars to customers even faster. In China, Zeekr is not an outlier in automation. According to the International Federation of Robotics, in 2023, every other industrial robot installed in the world happened in China. The country's levels of robotisation have grown 7-fold since 2015, when President Xi Jinping introduced a Made in China 2025 initiative to transform its image from the world's factory into an innovative manufacturing powerhouse.
And the aims are to be able to produce more of what China needs at home and to get to a level of technological advancement where they don't need to rely on the US and Western countries anymore for inputs, or to reduce that reliance as much as possible, and even to be able to produce enough that they can export. And part of that was to have robotics play a larger role in the Chinese economy.
Some American automakers believe China's widening EV lead, boosted by cheap state loans and subsidies, poses an existential threat to the industry.
When you have a country like China, where much of the auto industry is increasingly automated, the sky is the limit in terms of what they can produce. And if that means a flood of EVs or other vehicles on global markets, that is going to have the effect of just pulling down prices. And that's going to hurt Western automakers that are trying to compete with these.
Unlike their Chinese rivals, companies like Ford and GM have scaled back ambitious EV expansion plans, hampered by high battery costs and the slow rollout of EV chargers. Staffing costs and labour laws in the West are another disadvantage the US faces.
China has a lot less in the way of labor regulation than many Western countries. They don't have labor unions to deal with in the same way, so there are fewer impediments to automating.
But China's EV landscape is a crowded space, and fast robotisation makes this competition even tighter. Chinese companies already turn out more EVs than all other car makers in the world combined. But Western concerns about Beijing's EV expansion have, so far, largely kept Chinese brands out of their markets.
Countries that have friendlier relations with China, like Brazil, countries in the Middle East, in Africa, in Southeast Asia, are worried as well about their own domestic industries and don't want to see a flood of Chinese products undermine those industries. If you have automation enabling China to go even faster and produce even more of this stuff, then this political problem becomes perhaps even greater.
As a result, most of these cars are sold inside China, making overcapacity a huge issue for the industry. But this doesn't dent Zeeka's confidence in China's capacity to consume.
已经是10几年全球最大的汽车市场，消费的、购车的，包括对车辆智能化、电动化、智能化的这个发展，对这些产品的需求增长非常快。那我们还是能够看到一个非常好的前景。
Okay, all right. So this is what basically you can see the impact of China, and then this is a shot. I will show you how it looks like, the China dark factory. Okay, so this is 24-hour. Inside there is no light. Why? Because robots don't need lights. It is fully dark, 24-hour automated, and you have seen one example as well that per day they are making how many? Just now, 800 cars or something, right? So, annually, the total number of cars that they produce and what they make a comparison with Tesla, the Tesla make in decades that volume. So now you can see how the dark factories are helpful in terms of Chinese economy and reshaping the whole, ecosystem. Okay. So now again, I will stop here for a while just to ask your view. One of the question in the video, they asked that on one side, all this one is very good, but the other neighboring countries, even Southeast Asia, they are also worried that this is going to impact their local market. And in Malaysia, we have also our own EV, right? How do you see the impact of this Chinese flux that is coming through the dark factories on the Malaysian EV actually? Any view on that? You may have some different view. Maybe we can work with them, or probably this can help us in a different way, or is this going to totally, impact us and we may not be able to survive in EV? There could be a number of way of thinking. So I would like to basically see your perspective on Asian business that coming from China, impacting on Malaysia. Is it in what way? So we have a diverse group over here. So you may have a different. So let's have a 5-minute chat on this one to understand some sort of connectivity, matters. Anyone would like to take initiative? I have been speaking from 1.5 hour non-stop. Now I would like all our professors, all our, industry engineers, managers. So help me to let's make this, session live. So any view from your side? Maybe someone unmute. Prof. Ani, can probably we start with yourself if possible? Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Doctor. I think for Malaysia context, right? I think Malaysia can learn something from China since we have our national automotive company like Proton. They are currently working with Geely, one of the company from China, right? So from this collaboration, it is a potential opportunities for them to learn about the EV industry. So that is what happening, whereby Proton able to produce one of the electric companies, right? Electric cars, right? So this is a positive. I think this is a positive advantages that we can get from Malaysia context by collaborating with China company, since China company is a champion of the EV automotive industry. Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's very good. Just correct, exactly, because in today's world, what we call it, we cannot work in silos.
Yeah.
Over here, I just would like to bring one important concept. You see, there was like what we call it a company, right? Company operate for business. And when many companies operate on one particular business, we call it industry, like energy industry, EV industry. And above the industry, there is a new logic, as we call it service thinking. Above the industry, we call it institution. So this institutional logic saying is that industry to industry collaboration is very important now. Without the industry to industry connectivity, the business ecosystem still cannot survive. And number two, we used to call B2B, business to business, and business to consumer, B2B, B2C, and C to C, right? And today we call is A to A, which is basically actor to actor. So it means that it's not only one side of business like B2C, but there are multiple actors involved. And a rich ecosystem require all the actors to be connected and work together. Only they move together and move forward. And here we can see from your point of view also very important that the China perspective, then Proton, we have to collaborate, or we are collaborating, which is a very positive move. And then eventually this is going to help us. Now, when we have this all right, so another perspective is about, again, I will connect it with the consumer. What you think if Proton collaborate with China, establish EV, right? If we see from the consumer perspective, what you think whether our consumers in Malaysia will prefer EV from Proton, the majority of the consumer, right? Or from China, or still from the West? What you think? These three angles. Which one you see from the Malaysian consumer perspective?
Okay, Dr. Amjad,
Yes.
can I give a bit of my 2 cents opinion?
Yes, please.
Okay, about the dark factory, okay? The dark factory actually, this is where that we are looking at the advance of the technology, okay? We are talking about the fully automation that
Okay.
replacing humans, okay? Replacing workers in the factory.
Okay.
And somehow, this is good, because we are talking also about the mass production. Okay,
Okay.
by having the mass production, this is where that cost will be reduced and the price will be more cheaper. And this is how it will benefit the consumer. Okay, so
Okay.
for the Malaysian context itself, we can see that even though that Proton is our national automotive factory,
Okay. Okay.
automotive company, but
Okay.
somehow that Proton the ownership you are talking about, okay, now
Correct.
fully that maintained by the Geely itself, okay, and
Mm.
Geely is coming from the China, and this is where that we can see that the national automotive is not longer anymore in the Proton itself. We are talking about this is where that we are talking about the survival of the company itself. Okay, when they are doing the collaboration, this is where that we can see that the most of the ownerships has been given to the Geely. Geely are the one who maintain the Protons, and this is where that we can see that Geely are bringing all the good technologies. Okay, because they also have the Volvo. Okay, and this is where that they have putting in all the technologies. Okay, in the car itself. So EV is good. Okay, EV by having the dark factory, this is where that we can see that the price of the cars, it will be more competitive. Okay, and it will bring in and more of the China products. Okay, will be coming in, even though that many countries they doesn't like it, but somehow that they have to embrace this kind of the technology, this kind of the advantage in terms of the price competitiveness. Because first thing is that we are looking at the compliance on the green itself. Okay, and then we are talking also about the some of the countries, okay, they are looking for the cheaper car. Okay, so it compliance with the green, and another thing also is a cheap car as well. Okay, because we are talking about the mass production. So even though that many countries don't like it, but somehow, some way that this is where that we are talking about the borderless world. Okay, whereby that somehow you don't like it, you still have to embrace it. You still have to accept it. Okay, so for the benefits of the people. So if it is good for the benefits of the people, why not taking it? Okay, because this is where that the consumers, for example, in Malaysia, then we can have more choices of the car. We can have more cheaper prices, okay, compared to the previous one using the humans, okay, as the workers. Okay, so this is I think that it's like the AI. We like it, we don't like it in the education, we still have to embrace it. Okay, so we have to be open mind. We are talking about the advancing technology that somehow we cannot reject. Okay, we have to take it. But what we have to do is that we have to prepare ourselves. What are we gonna do? Okay, what we gonna how we gonna prepare our countries itself about that? Okay, how to go for something else? Because it goes back to the economic theory about the what is that? Comparative advantage. Who are good in production in one certain products, let them be, because they are the one who are able to come out with the mass more cheaper compared to the other countries. So they have to go back to that. Okay, thank you. That is my 2 cents opinion.
Okay, perfect. I think that's a very, very important, very good view that basically it's not about the most important is our consumerism, right? So in the consumerism, what consumers basically like it and what type of value we can provide to our consumers, that matters the most. So if that can be provided from them, so we have to be open-minded. I think, thank you so much. It's very good sharing. And from that perspective, if I agree with you in that way, is going to impact our consumers in a different way, because we will have different choices. When we have different choices, so we will be able to get the products on a better price and with more features. So the more competition will help, the more help to bring more value for the consumer, right? So, but on the other side, if we see it from the business perspective, so this is going to impact Proton or Perodua, right? Meaning our local brands. So what, as a managers of those companies, they need to do, that is actually they need to really do a proactive approach in order to what we call it compete in the market that time. Another important thing is actually the local sentiment, local brand sentiment. I will share my view and then probably I ask how is your opinion on that. We need to bring local brand sentiment in order to promote our local brands. I give you one example from Vietnam. Gojek. Gojek is basically from Indonesia, right? So when Gojek went to Vietnam, they operated this e-hailing service. So the Vietnamese consumers didn't prefer Gojek. So at early stage of their introduction, right, entry stage, Gojek faced severe challenges in Vietnam because people said it is Indonesia and we don't want it. Not about the price, but they wanted to basically prefer the local brand. Then they localize it. Just now, what I was sharing about Coca-Cola and those examples in that global brands in China, right? So what Gojek did, they localize it. I don't know whether they did it in terms of what we call it partnership or whatever investment, but they change it to go with. When it comes to go with, it is Vietnam, people prefer. So now GoVet is one of the most successful e-hailing service in Vietnam. So here, on one side, when it comes to consumers, price matters for the consumers, consumer preferences matters in terms of value that they are going to get it from the cars and all those international brands. Another way is the love to the local brands, the local brand sentiment that need to be actually in order to support our local brands. So how to do that one, whether we have it, up to what extent and which particular segment have it, right? So that is another study needed, or there might be some studies, I'm not sure. but I would like to probably see your view as well on this particular case. I hope you got my point. My question actually, how do you see Malaysian consumers' sentiment towards local brands? Is it there? Up to what level? Or only a specific segment of market has it? Or we have less or high? Anyone aware about that one, or any kind of your opinion or perspective on that one?
Uh, okay, Doctor.
Yes, yes.
Okay, in terms of the brand sentiments,
Yeah.
in terms of the automotive industry in Malaysia, okay, automotive, I believe that like Perodua, usually that they are looking in terms of the quality of the product itself. Okay, so Perodua, as we know that they doesn't produce by themselves, actually that they are taking the brands of the Toyota, but they are using the names of the Perodua itself, and that's the reasons Perodua are not expand their business to another countries. They just stay in Malaysia because they doesn't have their own car actually. It doesn't produce. And of course, when we talk about the car, most of the car is coming from the Toyota, and this is where that the quality of the Toyota that we already know that they are one of the superb quality of the car. While Proton, okay, they have been impacted a lot, okay, even though it's previously that is 100% national car previously, but somehow that they have been affected in terms of the so many people complain about the quality of the products, and that's the reasons that people are moving away from it. Okay, many some of it that stay still they are still staying because the Proton car previously they got a lot of the tariff okay, it's got supported by the governments mostly about it, and that's the reasons why that the car can offer it with the much more lower price, okay, a bit, and that's the only reasons why people go for the Protons. Okay, stay with the Proton until Geely come over, and Geely brings the technology, and with all the sporty from the Toyota one, okay, all the technology of it, then people start trusting the brands nowadays that we can see. That's the reasons why Proton that become number 2. Okay,
Understand.
and Toyota and Honda, for the Toyota, they doesn't have a problem, even though that they also have their maintained by their own Toyota, but still in the same way, they are also able to sell to the Perodua as well. Okay, so you can
Correct.
see that both of it that they can take from both, okay, Perodua, and also they are selling by their own. So I think that looking at it, Toyota actually is the champion, supposedly. Okay, not the
Understand. I see.
Perodua. Okay, but if you are
Correct.
looking at the company itself, yes, Perodua is number 1. Okay, but of course, the Honda itself, and that's the reasons why you can see that most of the what is that the lower segments of the car, you can see that that is the second hand car that's still high in price because this is some of the quality car and people are looking at it like Toyota, Honda, okay, and Nissan. Okay, so that is the only thing that I can say about the local brands. And people looking at the some of it a bit only that still have a like patriotism in terms of the trying to support Proton. But at the same time, also some of them they already know that Geely is there as well. I do not know about the patriotism anymore. But somehow that in terms of the like between the local brands and the outside brands, it depends on the income segment. Okay, it depends on the market segmentation. Okay, so if the market segmentation is on the lower tiers, then might be that people are looking in terms of the more on the national car. But when it goes to the higher brand, okay, higher segmentation, market segmentation, this is where that we can see that they are looking at the outside brands, of course. Okay, thank you.
Okay, yeah, very good. Yeah, that's very good view. So, okay, so I think this is something very interesting that you shared. Basically, the back scene of what is happening and what is the strategy that all of these brands basically have it, and eventually they manage to be successful. Okay, so I think I will stop here for a while, maybe just about 5 minutes, right? So after 5 minutes, I will share a bit more about some other aspects. So is that okay to have a 5 minute break? 5 minute break, okay, right?
Yes, okay, okay.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so then after 5 minutes, we will continue. Just to keep the momentum so that you can get fresh and then we continue. Okay, all right.
Yeah, sorry, I think I got some connection problem just now. I was out from the room. Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, so yeah, thank you so much for sharing. I think we got some very interesting in perspective. And continuing to the same, that BYD in Malaysia is basically number one at this moment, 3,000 plus units sold. Actually, this is 2023 data, but by now definitely would be more. And then Tesla, followed by BMW, Volvo, and now we also have, I think, Proton statistics probably is under others. Now, just now, as I have shared, U.S. tariff is going to impact and already impacting a lot. And it's not only about tariff, it's about geopolitical tensions. So when it comes to these two major external factors, all businesses are being impacted by these actually. So proactive approach is to see what we can do, what type of strategies we need to have. So I will say India somehow recently did a very proactive strategy, like when when US imposed 50% tariff. So despite of having a huge conflict between India and China, India Prime Minister went to see China President together with Russian. So this totally changed the situation. Then US already started basically seeing some sort of further collaboration. So initially, if you are observing this geopolitical move very critically, so you will notice what we call it. Trump actually mentioned about that particular meeting. He said that good luck to these three friends and this and that. But after a while, about 2 to 3 days, then they had a conversation with the China, and then they said actually we are going to further negotiate, right? So I will say the tariff is going to impact, geopolitical tensions are going to impact, but we need to have a fast, proactive strategies to accommodate with it. So we cannot wait and see, right? So the companies need to have it accordingly. Similarly, talking about China's, on one side, it is a good move that in Asia we are going to see a lot of brands coming up. But on the other side, those all new innovations are going to impact us as a country. So we need to also have a proactive approach, as just now we have seen, like what Perodwa is doing with the Toyota and what Proton is also collaborating with, what call it, China. So this is what just now I think already we have discussed, right? Now, other than that one, we can see basically a socio-cultural shift, right? We have seen a rising domestic consumption and digital adoption in the consumer space due to all this digitalization. So very much accelerated digitalization is impacting us, right? Okay, I have given a lot of example about EV, electronics, right? So we just take example of schooling system, right? So now you can see like education system also now new way of learning. Open and distance learning programs like micro credentials. So now the application or use of robots in the classroom, AI. There are some tests already going on in West where they have started running a one course fully using AI actually. So everything is done by AI. Students are taking it, and then eventually they will be assessed by AI. If you see from the what we call it recruitment systems, right? So the companies also started recruitment through AI actually. So all the recruitment process is done by AI. So in a way that it is basically no need to do a manual shortlisting. So AI will help to do this one. So we can see the application of digitalization and AI in almost in every aspect of our life. So what we need to see and we need to have it is proactive approach. Okay. Asian currency now, very important on other side. So we have talked about the major factors, cultural factors, social factors, consumer perspective, working methodology perspective. Now, if we see from the economic perspective,
if we see it from the currency side, right? So Asian currencies performance also demonstrate regional resilience, with most major currencies appreciating against the US dollar, which is encouraging, which is important, providing monetary policy flexibility and supporting import competitiveness, right? Here is the outlook, okay? East Asia, Japanese yen. Japanese yen actually depreciated by 10.5% against USD in 2024. Chinese yuan also depreciated by minus 2.1% depreciation, right? Due to under pressure from domestic economic concern. South Korean won is increased plus 2.5%. So strong export, especially in semiconductor. So you see when this further, started appreciating and basically focusing on the export of semiconductors, so we can see the currency impact. Also increased. Malaysian ringgit also increased plus 2.2% actually. Okay, so we have seen it actually. Malaysian ringgit is getting stable against USD, and commodity rally and commodity prices, LNG and palm oil. Indonesian rupiah also, as well as Singapore dollar, also increased. Filipino went down, Vietnamese dong also went down, but other than that one, we have seen major shift, right? South Korea, Malaysia, Indonesia, Singapore 4, India 5, and Taiwan 6. 6 countries actually, the currencies is increasing against USD. So, which is basically encouraging for us as a Southeast Asian businesses, because this is going to impact our local market as well. Key competitors now, China, India, South Korea, Taiwan, and ASEAN. Largest economy, China, in the AI technology. India also is a second, but mostly in pharmaceuticals, coupled with further domestic and demographic advantages. South Korea, again, and Taiwan is in semiconductor, and Vietnam and Indonesia, they also are coming up from the Asian perspective. Local brands also going up. Taiwan, AI chip, semiconductors. Korea, innovation, Samsung. Malaysia and Singapore see supply chain realignment opportunities against this US-China tensions, right? Regional opportunities for us. So all this connectivity and new hype is impacting the Asian business. We have seen supply chain diversification. Okay, China-centric models, de-risk from China-centric models, and new marketing entry points and competitive dynamics are being emerged. As we have seen just now, the EV industry, the semiconductors, the AI like DeepSeek, so all are coming up. So the supply chain diversification is needed as well. So connectivity among the countries is helping our businesses to grow more. Trade policy developments create ripple effects across Asian markets, with companies adopting steps to navigate evolving tariff landscape and regulatory changes. Now we go to understand the perspective of consumer from this, all the shifts, right? So we will notice that consumers also mindset, consumption patterns, buying power is also shifting and increasing. For example, in India, healthcare, education, and this basically one of the high demand. China, again, the AI-enabled purchases like EV, and Southeast Asia is also, we have seen some sort of inflation that is impacting, right? 60% urbanization rate is observed by 2025 in terms of social demographic shifts, right? 45% youth population, which is good, which is very good, because there was a news that in China, they are facing the age generation gap actually. So when there is a generation gap, this is going to impact your business, your future. So, but as a combined whole South Asia and ASEAN, so we can see 45% is youth population, which is encouraging. Environmental awareness is growing 75%, 78%. So these all socio-demographic shifts are actually the drivers of change for businesses and opportunities for us to see which market we need to penetrate and from where we can basically get higher value and high basically market share. So if youth population is encouraging, imagine in one country, if the population of youth is very low, so the potential opportunity for businesses is comparatively low. So we need to go with the niche marketing strategy. So all these demographic shifts and socioeconomic shifts and drivers are actually helping us to guide our marketing strategy. If we see Malaysia population, 24.4% are children, young is 6.8%. This is again 2023 estimator. And school age is 15.6, working adults 68%. Young and young adults like 15 to 24, 14%. Above 65 is 9.4%. Okay, so if you see the three main cohorts, right? Children is 22%, working adults is 68%, which means 15 to 64, and above is 94, 9.4%. So the senior citizen ratio is actually low. So when we develop marketing strategy, we also have to see that what we call it population, which particular segment have high population. And the investment, the marketing plan, segmentation, under these three major cohorts, we can see further sub-segments, right? Prime working age is this 24 to 54 and old working age. So all these consumers have different priorities. I read somewhere, or someone was sharing, we have three important things in life: energy, time, and money. So when we are young, we have energy, we have time, but no money. When we are adult, we have time, we have energy and money, but no time. And when we are old, we have money, we have time, but no energy. So it's something very interesting. So we can see over here as well that on these particular sub-segments, they have different preferences and choices at different life stages actually. So when these are different life stages, so this is a guide for us in terms of developing marketing strategies. So digital literacy is on the boom, especially at the young generations and the middle-aged generation, but the elderly are also adapting it, right? So up to what extent they are adapting and what type of strategies we need to build for which group, that's what we need to. So the impact to the consumer we have seen after digitalization. So consumer spending patterns reveal strong growth in technology, healthcare, and service sector, with significant variation across countries, reflecting different stages of income development and consumer maturity, right? So that is what we can see the impact already. Okay, so now before going to this one, I would like to now again ask some, as I mentioned earlier, that I have, of course, very different material as well. I can share on that part as well. So now, do you want me to continue focusing on the practical side of the business and the marketing strategies, or you also would like to know some sort of theoretical side, that what type, metrics or models that companies can use or using? For example, I can talk about NSOF metric, those kind of, BCG metrics and those kind of fundamental marketing matrices and strategic marketing planning processes. if you are okay with that, or you would like me to focus on that one, so I can bring that one as well. Or I should continue this side what I am doing actually. So I would like to seek your opinion. Can you share? Yeah, I hope everyone is here. Huh? Yes, yes. Yeah, any view on that actually? What does not share? I got I got connectivity problem just now again. So yeah, I just now asked one question. Anyone would like to share your view? Should I continue the practical side or also include some theoretical side as well?
Can.
Theoretical side.
Yes, Doctor, can proceed.
Okay, all right. Okay, so now I think I will share some metrics actually. Those are important, and then later we will share them with you as well, so that you can use them when you are doing a marketing strategy. Okay, so these are actually pickups from uh, different models actually. There are so many, but I will focus on few, and these are some of the pickups that can be used. Okay, here. So the first thing is actually market-led strategic way of managing business, right? So we were just now talking. Oh, okay, good. So just now we were talking about business, right? So we have seen from the Asian perspective, Southeast Asian, Malaysian perspective, and now all those examples that we have quoted, now we are going to bring them into these frameworks, right? Then we will see how the frameworks are guiding us in terms of developing our marketing strategies that we can see from the practical angle right now. So we have provider, they have their own goals, right? The companies, they come up with their own goals. And we have customer, they have their own goals. So what happened? We share what we have and we get what we receive. Approach, as I mentioned to you, is actor to actor just now. So the purpose is that value is different for customer and value is different for the companies. Company expect different value, customer expect different value. So when it comes to mutual value creation, which is the fundamental of marketing, and that is what American Marketing Association is differentiating between sales and marketing, is that company create value for the customers and get value in return. And that is what we call it the co-creation of value. So we expect something to get in return from the customers. And how that will be possible? For that, we need to work with the customer. Long saying that we need to see from the customer lens, right? Our customer is king. Those are marketing fundamental rules that we studied in our textbooks. But now the new rules are is that yes, customer is right, but not always actually. We have to see what is the right in customer's mind. And for that particular understanding, we cannot use one size fit all approach. Rather, before developing, we need to understand them well. So for that, I will show you one example, and then I will ask you to share with me your view of what is this actually. Okay, so let me show you. Okay, so I will show you now one picture and then ask you what is your view? What is this? Okay. Okay. All right. So can you see by this picture?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So what is your opinion on this actually? What is this? House picture, right?
Yeah, like townhouse.
House.
Yeah, house. So how do you see them? If I ask you to explain like what you understand from this picture, what is wrong with it, or is something good or bad? How will you see it?
It's like incomplete.
Okay, it's not complete. Okay. So now what you think, why it's not complete? Is that like my basically answer is actually it is complete house. It's not under construction. It was ready for sale.
Maybe it's not the same. It's not the same functions. It's not.
Okay. Basically, this is called half houses concept. Okay. Now I will connect it with our Malaysia example, right? We have seen so many houses in Malaysia, right? Many companies will build, one taman, and then after some time, there are no takers. You may not observe this one in KL or Klang because that is a high demand market, but you can easily observe in our areas in this particular areas, like we are staying in Kampar or nearby Ipoh or many of the other suburban areas. This happen actually where they build build the houses and eventually no one is taker. So, of course, the population and the area demand matters, but one of the reason is also is that companies build the houses as per the design they think is the best, but they do not involve customers in the design process. Power is to the company, not to the customer. So that's why the customer is not the solutions are not delivered from the customer lens actually. And what this house is telling is actually there was in 2010 there was an earthquake in Chile, Chile, one of the country, right? So when the earthquake happened, this damaged the whole society, the whole community over there. All houses were gone. Now, in that particular time, the most important for them to have a shelter. But the problem is different families have different needs. Some are small families. They need a bigger lounge and bigger kitchen, for example. But some families are large, big in size. They need more rooms, right? So if one company will build all houses in a similar design, this may be good for one, but not for others. So what they did, they built a half house, and rest half house they leave it to the people, customers, those who will be buying, for them to build according to their need. So in the first half, the fundamental rooms and whatever the necessities, they can shift, and rest they can do DIY. And eventually you can see the price they sold. Let's say if it is, for example, estimated price, I'm just giving a rough figure. If it is 500,000, then instead of selling at 500, you just sell it at 300, and rest 200 you give them. They will do according to the way they do it, actually, right? That is what bringing really the customer lens in our solution. Rather than we develop, customers should develop by themselves. Okay, really capturing the customer lens. I will give you, okay, any view on this part?
Yeah, basically I agree with you, Doctor, because I think if the sample about the housing, first of all, the developer need to know the market survey, the affordability of the people. They say they choose Sri Skandar as the place to have a housing area.
Yeah.
So they must know that the background of the people there.
Correct.
What are the buyers working? Are they, their minimum wage is what I want to say is affordability. Are they able to buy the house or not? Yeah, if you go refer to KL area, this might be different. We have a
Correct.
strata house. Yeah, it's more towards market survey as well from the developer side.
Correct, exactly. So that is super important. But now we have seen similar house design in almost all areas, actually, more or less same. And the market segment is different. I deliver one training to one company, and the company is basically doing this construction business. And the training was also an accelerator sales and marketing program. And when in our training, when I started collecting the real facts of the sales professionals, those who are doing sales managers, sales officers, so the problem is they are selling it to the young consumers. Let's say if it is in Putrajaya, like posh area, so where are you promoting? Are to different segment, actually. Okay, young consumer, because they like this area, this and that. So I said, no, that is not possible. Young consumers may not be staying over there. So we did a lot of, investigation question. And after about 1 month, after sharing, they went and they collected data from young consumers. They collected facts, and they also collected facts from the elder consumers. So they noticed that actually that particular area was for mostly preferred by retirees rather than the young. But the promotional activities and the design all was encountered by capturing the perspective of young consumers. So that is the problem of not doing a pre-research of before design, actually. So that's why the co-creation approach is you involve the customers in the design process first. Before the design process even, you understand their perspective, develop persona, then design together with them, not on behalf of them, actually. Designing on behalf of them will give you different design, but when you will design together, you will get different design. And then develop, and then after that, when you deliver, then you have to jump in to support them in terms of creating value. So that is how they will do. So that's why there is a huge shift. I will say you must read about service thinking. So I'm doing the training on co-creation on that part, actually.
which is very important because service thinking will help us to know how to really capture customer lens, not develop, deliver on behalf of customer, rather with them. I will give you one more example. Normally, right, you just think about a shoes that we have, right? Any shoes like jogger shoes, the sports shoes. So if I ask you a very simple question, for a while, you can think a question that the shoes that you have, do you think the shoes that you are using now is the one that you really like it? It is your passionate shoes, or it was the best possible option that you found in the market. So A is my wish shoes, right? A, option A. B is that was the best option that I found in the market. If it is something is better, I will go with it. So A or B? Can you tell me your answer, A or B? Even you can post on the chat. B. Okay. All right. Others, A or B? I hope everyone is here. Okay, B. All right. Okay.
Me also B.
B. All right. Right. So the reason of B is that is what we found best in the market. Nike said, okay, instead that we design and keep on shelf in the shopping mall and you found the best, but eventually if you will find out competitors, you will switch. In order to reduce the switch rate, Nike gave power to the customers. They said, okay, no, you design, we develop. That is really a customer lens. So now this is a Nike ID platform, and you can go here. You can pick up any base model that you want, right? So let's say, and another thing, consumer personality. Consumer personality matters a lot in marketing. Some consumers, like in our office, we have our AE. If you enter her office, it is fully pink. Actually, her table is pink, her laptop stickers are pink, her colors, the choice of mouse is pink, everything is pink. But in other group, the color is black, right? So the color by consumer choice is different. The design, consumer preferences are different. So company cannot produce everything in one color. So what this Nike said, okay, you pick up any preferred baseline and then you design yourself. Okay, let me pick up one baseline, for example. Let me pick up this one as an example. And you observe, the price is 899, okay? So now this is a one base and I will do it myself instead that they do. Okay, all right. So I pick up here, let's say my size, okay, for example, 9. So this is one shoes available. Okay, now I can, I can pick up. So you will notice a big difference. I can go here, change. I want to change the design here. Let's say I'm just doing randomly. Yeah. Now upper side, you can choose different color. Let's say I'm choosing this color. Whatever, okay, is your favorite color. Then tone, you can also choose another color that you want. Then another side, up side, you can also choose different color. Okay, here you go with the swoosh. You want a different color, you want yellow, you can pick up any that suits you. Now here stitching, that one also coming up with another color like this stitching, right? So if I'm picking like this, lace loops, okay, you pick up any that you wish for. Okay, I'm picking randomly laces. Okay, here. Okay, this side lining. Then here you can see every part of it you can do yourself. You can choose whatever you want because
Nike will not use it. We are the one who will use it. So why Nike should design and develop and deliver? Rather, what I want, they give power to me as a customer that, okay, because you are going to use it, so why we should decide based on your or on your behalf actually. Okay, so you can pick up anyway, whatever like that you can pick up, and then you keep innovating, keep doing, right? So I'm just picking up randomly. So eventually this is number 14. Okay, you reach it to the last part. Okay, in some of the design, even you can write your name. In this design, the name option is not there, but in some of the design, you can actually write your here. So text here. You want to write text. So you can see here AMJAD. Let's say I'm writing here. Okay, so is my name is there here, AMJAD. Some of the shoes you can write full name, some, half on one, half another. So that nobody will basically, it is really your shoes, not others' shoes. So after that one, you want to just see 360-degree view. You can keep searching. Once done, you're satisfied with it. Okay, now you observe the price, it is same. 899, no change in price. So now imagine when no change in price, when the power is given to us and we can design based on what we want, rather what company Nike want. So how beautiful is this strategy, right or no? Okay, yeah, yes. So this is what basically the approach that what we call it, Nike is using. Now I will give you another example of BMW. Okay. Okay, let me give you example of Sunsilk, Unilever. Now Unilever, okay, Sunsilk. I will show you one advertisement. This what we call it. Just imagine that there are. Okay. 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 So basically, this advertisement that I'm showing you is from Unilever, and what Unilever is done is that different people have different hair problems, right? So some have a silky hair, curly hair fall problem, dandruff problem. So what type of shampoo we can design that can help the people to overcome the problem, right? So in that case, as I said, delivering solution from customer lens, right? The marketing strategy from the customer lens, but how to capture, where to capture. So there are millions of customers, right? How to get data. So what Unilever did is that instead that they engage with so many diverse groups, they picked up 5 top key experts into that area. Okay, I will show you that how they did it.
What if Sunsilk brought together 7 of the best hair experts in the world to create the best ever Sunsilk? Yuko Yamashita, the creator of the healthy hair straightening system. Jamal Hamadi, the shine expert from Hollywood. Thomas Tall, the man who supermodels trust to repair their hair. Widad, the curls expert from New York. Teddy Charles, the shape expert from the catwalks of Paris. Rita Hazan, the color expert from New York. Dr. Francesca Fusco, the hair fall expert to American celebrities. The expertise of 7 of the best hair experts in the world, now in every bottle of new Sunsilk. New Sunsilk co-creations for expert-touched hair.
Okay. All right. So this is okay. So now you can just imagine that how to understand the pain points of customers. So these 7 experts are dealing with 7 different functions. So seeking ideation, getting all the input from them before designing is going to help us a lot in terms of basically knowing what to include, what not to include. Okay, so there are so many similar examples. BMW, just now I was sharing. So BMW, they have a also co-creation lab where actually they get the ideas from customers, right? Another, I'm giving you one more example before we go to the next one, is ICA. Okay, so for creators. So let me show you. Okay, so this example. Okay, so this is ICA, right? What they do is actually get the for creators. Now, for brands, for contestants. One platform they have given where you can put ideas actually. So there are contests. Okay, let's say Sports Drink 2030, rethink refreshment. Now, earlier marketing strategy is a creative team in the advertising company will sit together and will think, put themselves into a customer shoes to bring up all those new innovation they could think of using a design thinking approach, and then eventually they will bring that one in their products. But as I said, the power is shifting to the consumers. So now you can see this is one of the platform which probably this one is from Procter & Gamble or Unilever, any top brand, they will ask ICA to collect this through a contest. So when they will run this contest, so many people will submit their ideas of what should be the sports drink of 2030. When so many people will submit their ideas, from there they will pick up top 3, they will give them the prize, right? Rest, they will keep all those ideas for innovation. These top 3 ideas they will give to the original company. Rest, of course, there are a number of ideas, number of new designs coming up from them. So many, no sugar tea revolution. This contest invites you to create a no sugar ready to drink tea based drink that's both healthy and delicious. Your challenge is to develop a tea with bold flavors or refreshing fruity notes without sacrificing taste. Help redefine no sugar ready to drink teas and show that they can be satisfying healthier choice for consumers. Advertisement is there. This one, due to my internet connection, is not coming here, but they usually will have it over here, a picture as well. So these are the idea platforms that companies now are shifting the power to the consumer, which is actually a right approach. Otherwise, one size cannot fit all. Number 2, what company think is the best may not be the best for the end user. So that's why bringing them in our early stage of development is very important. Okay, so now I will again stop for a while here, seeking your view on this approach or anything that you want to further add or clarify or any question, please. Yes. Anyone? Just give you some, provide some example, anything you want to say, you want to contribute to make our session live, or any view on these shared examples. Still here with me or no? I have to see now. Huh? Anyone here can answer?
Okay, Dr. Amjad.
Yes, yes.
Next you.
Again, you thank you for being active and helping me to keep the session live. Yeah, yeah, sure.
Okay, quite a good one with the Nike one that you are showing. And
Okay.
previously that one of the companies that also did the same thing is like Dell. Okay,
Okay.
because if the customers want to have a specific preference for the computer or the laptops, okay, desktop, so this is where that they can go to the Dell website and somehow do the customization based on the price range, okay, based on the specifications that they want for the computer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and somehow that when you're showing about the house, okay, it's quite interesting. And I've come to a kind of thought that why don't that for the house in Malaysia as well? Or might be that we
Mm-hmm.
can have something like that. Okay, it will be like a bit more land. So the price basically of the house will be on the land itself. And might be that make a simple house that the house will be able to have a space in order to expand.
Mm.
So basically, that make a kind of the basic house, but might be that the price will be more on the land itself, and then afterwards, people who have a smaller number of the family might be that they can have a basic one. So if they have more money, there will be a room for them to expand the house. I think that that would be more
Correct.
ideal instead of they are making a kind of the standard house. And I think
Correct.
I do not know, but it might be good in order to test the market in terms of that kind of idea.
Mm.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Very good point, actually. So, actually, about last year, early last year, my one of the MBA student, I asked her to do the, management consultancy project on this, actually. So then she managed to do it with one of the construction company. When we presented this one, they really like it, actually. So this is what they said, that the company was facing the same thing, that so many houses they constructed. And after that one, either there were no takers, or those, in terms of those who went there, they had to spend further money in order to expand it. For example, on the roof, or what we call it, the terrace, they were constructing new room over there, and they were asking to expand the kitchen, and some were asking to expand the lounge. So they said that we face this kind of challenges after the customer. So they really like it, and they said we will do test market, and then we'll see how we can actually shift our this design to the co-creation design approach, actually. So this need to be actually.
Yeah.
So the,
The, the base of the house must be a solid one. Let's say that the customers want to build the two-story.
correct.
So
Yeah.
might be that they will start with the basic one with the single story, and then
Mm.
afterwards, if they want to go for this double story, then if the base is already there, it will be more
Yeah.
easier for them to build for the double story then. I think that
Correct.
will make sense for those who have for example that the beginning of the family, okay, the starting of it, they might have one son or the children, and
Mm.
because of that afterwards, okay, if they have another additional members of the family, then they can make it much more bigger room, but there's
Mm.
always a room for them to expand. I think that
Yes.
will be a good idea, and the company can promote in terms of they have the base of the house, okay, which is something like how it can be expanded, and they
Mm.
can something like showing about, okay, if this house that if you want to expand it, this is some of the few ideas that you can come up with later on if you have money in order for you to top up on it.
Mm.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yes. It's very important, actually. This is needed. And then, in addition to the construction, if you just start applying this example to any other product or services, right? So everywhere it matters a lot. We have seen the shoes example. We
Yeah.
have seen this construction example. So other than, we have seen the shampoo example. So everywhere, because eventually it is for someone, not for the developer, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So when we will do this one, then our conventional push marketing strategy, door-to-door marketing strategy, no more needed, actually, because you are using this approach, and then you will already have a pull marketing strategy before it is released or it is available for purchase. People will buy it.
Yeah, but in the same times, in the same place as well, might be that they can offer the complete house. Some people
Yes,
they doesn't like to do it by themselves. They just want
correct,
something that is already there. They doesn't have to do anything. So might be that you
correct.
can have a complete one. So for those who doesn't have any idea, they don't want to have a
Hmm.
messy thing with it. So they will opt for that.
Yes, exactly.
Mhm.
That is but the meeting the need of every single consumer.
Yep.
That is very important. Otherwise, if not, then again we are talking about one size fit all strategy. That will not work anymore. If you see now generational gaps, right? So young consumers like Gen Z consumer buying patterns and spending patterns is quite different than others, elder consumers as well. So that's why the strategy for young consumer versus elder also need to be customized. But how to do that one also, we need to get their involvement in hand. Okay. So yes, very, very good. Thank you very much for sharing. Okay. All right. So want a break?
Yes, please.
Okay. So I think now this time we can go with 15-minute break, huh?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Because 5 minutes is too. Okay. So it's about, yeah, we can probably meet at 12 and then at 12 we will, okay, start about strategic marketing planning, some sort of theoretical frameworks that I will share with some more examples. And after that, then we will actually take off for the lunch break. Okay. All right. So see you at 12. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dr.
Response? If you're already back to the room? Yes, anyone can show me you are back, then I continue. Okay, all right. One back, others, hopefully. Okay, so let me, as discussed before break, that now we will talk about some more concepts. Okay, so let me share. Okay, now this one, I hope you can see my screen. Huh? This one is actually value creation, the core of strategy marketing. So I think we have been discussing this part as well already about the value creation. It's important. So we can see customer benefit, the ultimate value that we deliver to end user matters the most. Brand promises. So in some of the aspects, what we call it, some of the companies actually, or some of the authors, they have designed, defined actually, not design, define marketing as a brand promise, right? The best is when it comes to marketing, we are making brand promise. Our brand name is it all actually about a promise that a company make through the brand. So the value that they perceive is guided by the brand they have actually. So that's why it is one of the important matter. Then differentiating product offering, business capabilities, and value chain activities. So these are some of the guiding principles of creating value. Let me take example of Apple. Okay, now we have seen Apple as a product, right? So we are well aware about what this product means to us. Have you been, any one of you been to Apple T-Rex complex, where Apple is actually set up their office just 2 to 3 years ago? Have any one of you been there? And if you yes, can you tell me what something special that you observed there? If not, you didn't go, then you can tell me that I have so far not experienced that. Yeah.
I haven't been. I haven't been to the
Okay.
Apple.
Okay, all right. So basically, the difference is that particular branch that don't have any counter, no service counter at all, no reception, no service counter. And number two, if you go to their second level, you will notice there is a very big screen actually, and some chairs and sofas are placed there for the people to sit and watch. And sometime actually on that particular screen, they will be sharing movies. They will be displaying certain movies. They have a list of movies actually and different timing. And in that particular time, they will of course make the announcement in the advertisement or whatever that this time we are going to live on that particular movie or whatever. Customers are really engaged. Customer go there and not only to just buy product, they feel it, they experience it. That is something unique that this Apple brought here. So that is why it called think differently.
premium design and ecosystem integration that simplifies life while conveying status. So you can see from that particular example, let me show you if I can find out their video, how it looks like. Okay, let me show you if I can get that a short and quick video, and then you will notice the difference. So that create a different example and different story for us actually. Okay. Okay, so okay, so I found that video, so let me show now. Sorry, where is share screen? Okay. Okay, there are many videos, but I just
Asia's first ever Apple Store located at the Exchange TRX, and we're gonna find out exactly why this is a big deal. Now, a lot of people have been wondering why it took so long to bring the Apple Store physically here in Malaysia, even though we had the online store. To find the answer for that, I actually flew over to WWDC and spoke to the VP of Online Retail, Karen Rasmussen, to ask her exactly that. Here's what she had to say.
Hi, I'm Karen Rasmussen, and I lead the Apple Store online. We know there's nothing than holding one of our products and seeing them in person, and we're so excited for customers in Malaysia to be able to experience that in our very first Apple Store in the country.
But it also kind of makes me think, how does having the physical store really complement the online existing store? I mean, surely they work together really well.
We know our customers often seamlessly move between our channels, whether they purchase online, go into a store to pick it up, and then get help setting the product up afterwards. We really view the experience between our physical stores and our online store as one integrated experience for all of our customers.
So how's it going to make a difference between something like Switch and machines versus shopping here directly at the Apple Store?
We are deeply focused on delivering an exceptional customer experience for our customers every day, providing a shopping experience that's as magical as our products. When customers shop with us, they can customize the products the way they want, and they can get exceptional service from our specialists, whether they're at home or in one of our stores.
All right, so right here is the pickup spot. So if you order anything online and you don't want to wait for it to come to you, you can just come in here at your convenience and they will be picked up by you right over here. Climb up to the first floor and you'll find more iPhones, iPads, iMacs, MacBooks, AirPods, HomePods, MagSafe accessories, iPad accessories, and even third-party accessories. And now I'm going up to the second floor, which you obviously have to take this staircase to go up. And the view from upstairs is going to be pretty great because you're also going to be connected to the park on the outside of the Apple Store here at the TRX building. And right there is where the Today at Apple sessions are going to be held. So have you guys ever heard about Today at Apple? Have you heard about Today at Apple?
I don't pay rent.
That's not what I asked at all. Another thing that you're going to get exclusively here is Today at Apple. To find out more about this, I spoke to Haley Richardson, who told me everything I need to know about Today at Apple.
Today at Apple is our worldwide free education program, and it's designed to help our customers unlock their creativity. Our programming is a fantastic mix of sessions that are available every day to our customers, hosted by our teams. And then on special occasions, we bring in some of the most amazing creative talent that Malaysia has to offer. It's so wonderful to welcome you to our brand new space in Malaysia. Come, join us for Today at Apple session, and we'll see you at the Exchange at TRX.
So there you guys go. Everything you need to know about the Apple Store here at TRX. Definitely come check it out. And look at the view from down here. Come on, come on.
okay, all right. So
my work is
now you can see what Apple is selling experience. And we have seen and we have learned or heard and read about customer engagement. So how customer engagement looks like. This is the real example of customer engagement, right? Now, let me connect. Customer engagement create a different impact. And in this particular video, they were saying we are here to create an experience. They didn't talk about we are selling here product. Of course, they are selling product, one of the important component, but is designed for experience, right? Okay. How about Changi International Airport? I hope many of you have been there. Anyone? Changi International Airport. What can you remember if you have been there? What if I asked you that airport? So what will you remember, or what can you basically bring the memory to us? Or if you've not been there, you can let me know. I can show you video as well. Yeah, anyone? Probably I will show you a short, not long video, but quickly I will be sharing the short. Okay, so here are some shots. Okay. Okay. This is one shot. Okay. Another one. Okay, so now what you can see over here, the fundamental purpose of an airport is to provide transportation from one destination to other. But Changi International Airport came up with more than the fundamental, which is an experience. Again, they are selling experience, right? This is what experience selling is. How much earning they have, how much memories they are building, how much engagement they are having. They converted this one instead of only an airport, converted to a tourism spot actually. Now, if you think about all these examples, whatever I have shown you, all are actually the top of mind brand awareness. All of them are top brands. So conclusion is that when it comes to a marketing strategy done by all the top brands, they have something unique and special. They are not selling product, they are selling service, they are selling experience. So if we will work on experience-based strategies, that eventually all other things will come automatically. Okay, all right. Is all okay so far?
Right, okay.
All right. Okay. So that is what the value I was just sharing, right? IKEA, also one of the example, the design. What is uniqueness? You enter from one gate, no choice to come back. You have to experience everything they have, and then they'll go back to the the exit gate will be different. So these are some of the unique value propositions that customers these top brands are having. Employees, shareholders, society, customers, all are expecting value, and value is different for each actor actually, right? So that's why when it comes to for a value for the customers, right? So this is something we have been just now in discussion. But how about the value for employees? So they have different experience perception, they have different value. So all these actually must need to be. So that is, considered in our plan that if we are developing a marketing strategy, what will be the impact to our employees and other shareholders in society as a whole? So the whole marketing approach cater everything together in an actor-to-actor orientation. These two, those coming from marketing background, of course, this is not something new for them, but those coming from engineering, this might be new. So that's why I'm sharing here. This is a Porter's 5 forces, and then another one is ENSOF matrix. So And soft metrics, what we call it, Michael Porter 5 forces models, is a macro model that actually is very important for understanding that when it comes to competition, when it comes to new entrants and new entry, so what are some of the important consideration that we need to take in our marketing strategy. So let me show this video. Okay.
Let's start the day, shall we?
Oh, I think.
Use code SYOK10 and get 10 ringgit off.
Sorry, this is showing advertisement, so I want to get out from this advertisement. I hope can. If not, then we have to see it first, yeah.
Let's start the day, shall we? For a manufacturing industry, a good day means minimal.
Okay.
The 5 Forces Analysis. Michael Porter of Harvard Business School developed the 5 Forces model as a tool to analyze the competitive environment in industries. He argued that some industries are consistently more profitable than others, and that by analyzing the competitive environment, you can see which industries are attractive for companies to compete in. For example, he found that airlines tend to be unprofitable, whereas soft drink companies are highly profitable. And the 5 Forces model can be used to explain why this is the case. The framework considers 5 factors that drive competition in an industry. Let's discuss each one in turn and illustrate with an analysis of the coffee shop industry in a typical city. The first force is the level of rivalry. Having lots of strong competitors in an industry who are all fighting for customers will make life difficult. Many cities now have lots of coffee shops, making the level of rivalry high. This by itself makes the industry not very attractive. In the 5 Forces model, it is recognized that you are not only competing for profit with your direct rivals, but also with customers, suppliers, substitutes, and potential entrants. If customers tend to be large and they can easily switch between suppliers, they are in a strong position to negotiate lower prices, which will limit industry profitability. In the coffee shop industry, customers tend to be individuals who cannot negotiate the price of the product. However, the fact that they can easily switch from one supplier to another, as well as their ability to leave reviews on social media, increases their power. Similarly, if suppliers are strong and offer unique products that companies in the industry cannot go without, the industry will be less attractive. For coffee shops, suppliers of coffee beans, milk, and sugar are not powerful since there is a lot of choice, and switching from one supplier to another is easy. The fourth force in the model is the power of substitutes. Coffee shops don't only compete against each other, but also against products in other industries that satisfy a similar need. For example, if you do not get your drink from a coffee shop, you might make it at home or get it from a machine. If these products are seen as good substitutes for coffee shops, then this limits profitability in the industry. In reality, many people see coffee shops as a place to meet friends or take a short break out of the house, and there are not many good alternatives that meet these needs. Finally, the threat of new entrants can make an industry less attractive. Entry barriers in the coffee shop industry are low, and it is quite easy to enter the business. This means that a coffee shop owner does not only compete against existing rivals, but also against other potential competitors who may enter the industry at any time. Other industries, such as car manufacturing, are more difficult to enter, and companies know they will not suddenly face lots of new competitors. By considering each of the 5 forces and then looking at the total picture, it is possible to make conclusions about how attractive an industry is. Carrying out a 5 forces analysis also helps to identify the barriers to profitability in an industry and enables companies to design strategies that deal with these barriers. For example, If customers find it easy to switch between different coffee shops, then a company can introduce loyalty cards to encourage customers to keep coming back. Similarly, if the level of rivalry is strong, companies can try to differentiate in order to provide unique value to customers and make the competition less of a threat. If you do a 5 forces analysis, the best is to take a step-by-step approach as follows. 1. Define the industry that you are analyzing. 2. For each force, identify the current situation. Who are the most important competitors, customers, and suppliers? What are the substitutes and entry barriers? 3. Analyze the attractiveness of the industry for each of the 5 forces. For each force, are there factors that make the industry easy or difficult for companies? Finally, look at the overall picture and consider what your analysis as a whole says about the attractiveness of the industry and about how to successfully compete in it. Remember that even if your analysis shows that an industry looks unattractive, it is still possible to be profitable with an innovative and original strategy. There are lots of examples of successful companies in difficult industries. That concludes the 5 forces analysis. Check our other videos for more insights.
Okay, all right. So I will give you one real example. Recently, we have actually done the market analysis of one of the actually place which was given to us by one client to do market analysis. They wanted to do some investment on renovation and taking up that particular project. So after all what we have done, all the market analysis, in which we basically consider all these 5 factors that just now explained, like who are the competitors, what are the threats of new entrants, what are the substitutes new to that particular destination, who will be the target markets, what are the number of visitors coming every year into that particular region. So all those factors we spent about 2 to 3 months and did the analysis, and finally we did economic modeling and concluded that that project is not economically viable to go with it, because the investment versus the return is not going to be lucrative for that particular company. So these are all the real frameworks actually. So if you are if you have it already, okay, very good. If not, if you're interested to get some sort of templates for that, where you can use it for your staff, kind of workshop. So feel free to ask me. I can also provide you those kind of things, the toolbox as well. Huh? So this is some of the examples. I think already explained in the previous video. So that's why this is actually going to help us to know how the metrics can help us to do the market study. The second I'm sharing is actually BCG metrics. Okay. So again, Boston Consulting Groups, those studying for marketing, of course, they will know about it. But other than marketing, it might be new to you. So let me share with you. This is called Boston Consulting Group, and I will explain to you when this particular can be used. So let's watch first.
Every company's portfolio consists of a few products or services that stand out and are more popular among the rest. As a consultant, you hold the responsibility of providing your client with answers to the following questions. Which products and services should the company keep? Which products and services should it sell? And which ones should it invest more heavily into? The framework that can help you answer these questions is the BCG matrix, also known as Growth Share Matrix. This framework was established in the 60s by BCG founder Bruce Henderson. So, let's dive into it. The BCG matrix is designed for long-term strategic planning, to support you in helping a business consider growth opportunities by reviewing its products and services portfolio to identify where to invest, discontinue, or develop new products or services. It consists of 2 axes and 4 quadrants, which combine to represent a relative market share and growth. Now, let's discuss the 2 axes of the matrix. The vertical axis considers the growth rate from low to high. It represents the degree to which the numbers of potential customers in the market are growing. On the other hand, the horizontal axis considers the relative market share from high to low. It is relative to competitors, and it helps companies identify their position in the market as compared to their rivals. Great. The combination of these two axes form 4 quadrants, namely dogs, question marks, stars, and cash cows. Let's discuss each quadrant one by one. Let's start with dogs first. This quadrant represents both a low growth rate and low relative market share. The term dogs refers to those products and services that don't have a high potential now and are most likely to remain the same in the future. Dogs are the products and services that must be avoided in business. After a while, dogs are usually closed down or sold off since they're considered unnecessary. Now, let's discuss the next quadrant on the list, which is question marks. This quadrant presents a high growth rate, but low relative market share. The name question marks emphasize uncertainty. It means that the products and services in this quadrant are not performing well today, but they may have potential for growth in the future. The company that strategizes ways to bring such products and services to their maximum potential could earn a lot of profit. Therefore, companies must come to a conclusion on whether to invest in or remove these question marks. All right, now let's move on to the next quadrant on the list. Cash cows.
Okay, so I think this one is only limited to this one.
All right,
So let
now
me
let's
explain to you cash cows. So cash cows are basically those with high market share and low market growth. But cash cow is the one which is giving company a huge profit actually, right? So that is something from where your most of the revenue is coming. So this particular portfolio will help to grow, but on the other side, the market growth is less. So we need to strategize how can we increase our market growth rate as well. And the best one is star, where have high market growth and high market share. So those are the shining products that we have, and definitely this is something we need to continue. So remember, this particular tool is giving us how to do a analysis of our existing product and services and decide our plan for the future, which particular segment we can keep, which we need to invest more, and on which we can actually rely on further, right? So now in the time of AI, I think this become more applicable even because due to this all kind of new innovation and new way of working everything, so we also can see some of the products might obsolete actually, right? So I just give you example of, I'm not saying it is going to obsolete, but just giving you example, the decline using pen, right, in the class, or books, right, the writing pads in classrooms. So I observed in my classrooms that about 90% students actually now using iPad for writing notes actually. So the market for the writing pads and pen is in a way affected, right? So similarly, so many products are affected by the technology. So we need to see, as a company need to see which particular product which they should focus on so they can use this particular framework. Okay, sure. Thank you for the update.
move on to the next quadrant.
Okay, so this is the, okay. So one last one I will explain for before break is this one actually. So NSOF matrix, NSOF matrix is actually for the, BCG matrix is for existing products, what we have. But NSOF matrix is for the expansion, either the product expansion or the market expansion. Okay, so I will show this particular video that will explain the NSOF matrix.
Ever wondered how to develop the right long-term growth strategies for your business? Every business, in order to be successful in the long run, needs to grow. Growth helps to become resilient in the market, develop products and services, attract and retain talent, increase bargaining power with suppliers, and much more. The question that many businesses have is how they should best grow their business. Fortunately, there's a quite reliable and handy tool that can help you define your business expansion strategy. The Ansoff Matrix, also known as the Ansoff Product Market Expansion Grid. So let's dive in. So what is Ansoff's matrix? To understand this, let's analyze its structure first. On the vertical axis, the matrix considers the markets, dividing them between new markets and existing markets. And on the horizontal axis, the framework looks at the products, dividing them between existing products and new products. So, the new and existing markets, combined with the existing and new products, lead to 4 different quadrants: market penetration, market development, product development, and finally, diversification. Now we'll discuss each quadrant one by one. Let's begin with the first quadrant, market penetration. Market penetration is all about selling existing products into existing markets. A market penetration strategy has the attraction of focusing on markets and products already well known, along with well-known customers and competitors. This strategy pursues 3 main objectives. First, maintain or increase the market share of current products and services. Second, achieve market dominance. Both these strategies can be achieved in many ways. For example, through a combination of advertising, aggressive sales promotion, and competitive pricing strategies. And third, reward existing customers and encourage them to buy more products through loyalty schemes. Great! You now have cleared the market penetration quadrant. Now let's talk about the next quadrant, which is market development. It involves using a growth strategy to sell existing products into new markets. Market development is riskier than market penetration, as new markets are involved. Examples of this strategy include entering new geographies, for instance, exporting an existing product or service to a new region or country. Changing some characteristics of your existing products or services, or simply changing the product packaging. Developing new distribution channels, for example, transitioning from retail outlets to online selling. And also using different pricing policies to target different customers or new market segments. All right, it's time to dive into the next quadrant, product development. This strategy is about the introduction of new products into existing markets. It can be challenging to execute this, as a company may need to develop new competencies. The company will have to modify its products or introduce completely new products to the existing market. And this is easier said than done because it requires both robust research and innovation processes, and a clear understanding of existing and changing customer needs in a very competitive market.
Okay, all right. So that is basically the BCG Ansoff matrix. Okay. So now the key differences between BCG matrix and Ansoff matrix is that the BCG basically help us to do the evaluation of our existing products or services or market offering and then decide what to do. But the Ansoff matrix helping us to see which market we can expand, which product we can expand. So these 2 tools basically are very important in strategic marketing, because through which we will be able to develop the marketing plan and marketing strategy for the future. Okay. All right. So, okay, I will stop here now. I think it's enough for the before break, whereby we have covered about the marketing as a process, 3 matrices, including these 3 just now I have shared. and then also in addition about perspective, global perspective, what is happening newly, as well as we talk about Southeast Asia, South Asia, and overall Asia businesses, and also a lot of examples. So any question before we go for a break? Any question?
Dr. Amjad,
Yes.
can I ask, for the BCG matrix, right?
Yeah.
Many books are saying that it's some of the weakness of BCG matrix is that it's actually very hard to categorize and evaluate products and then put them in the quadrants, right? Whether
Okay.
it's cash cow and things like that. Is there any alternative model or framework that you can share with us, or which is, do you think you have that is an alternative to evaluating the current businesses that a business have?
Okay. Yes, I think this is a very good question. The reason of that particular issue that you just mentioned is actually the overall decision of whether we can really consider that particular portfolio product into, for example, dog. So what should be the measurement criteria of bringing the product into dog, right? So because the calculation, the real-time data is very important in order uh, to decide, right? So there are two more which are somehow alternative to this one. One of them is actually developed by McKinsey. So McKinsey is what we call it. They have developed this matrix, which is called GE McKinsey matrix actually. So that is also a portfolio management tool that is not 2x2, but that is actually a 3x3 grid. So let me show you. That is like this. Okay, and let me show you 3x3 grid actually, and then
Dr. Amjad, the one that industry is realistically can use and can apply is which one do you think, Dr. Amjad? Because I'm not from in the industry, right? So I'm like from the university. So what we learn theoretically, I'm just wondering if you know industries which
okay, yeah,
yeah, is
understand.
actually used. Yeah.
Okay, I will say actually the name might be different, right? So some, I mean, they will not, industry may not be directly mentioning that, okay, let we use BCG matrix to decide on. But in reality, the company generally what we call, and I also, cover this one in my own training, which is we call it 2x2 matrix actually. So the 2x2 matrix is, okay, let me show you two more matrices and then I will give you example. So usually these 2x2 matrix, you can make the amendment based on the products that you have or based on the, what we call it, let me show you, oh, sorry, here. Okay, this one. This is called GE McKinsey matrix, industry attractiveness and business unit strengths. So a bit more spread, like earlier is only 2x2. A limitation of 2x2 is that there might be some of the products that may not exactly fall under dark, for example, and that if we decide to move it, so that could be a negative impact. But when we expand it to three metrics, three quadrant metrics, so this is in a way giving us some sort of further spreading and flexibility. So they have it like harvest, hold, or grow, right? So industry attractiveness. So we see which particular, let's say if we talk about academic programs, right? So now we are talking about physics, okay, and chemistry. So if we talk about pure mathematics, so we can use this particular framework to decide which program we should continue. Let's say we're talking about mathematics. So mathematics, do you think that it will be growing in the future? So in order to do this growth, we will see the potential of enrollment, we will see the market, whether market is accepting it or not. So eventually we have two decisions: either we harvest, right, because it is something like important, or we just hold it, or we grow, right? So we can place that one anywhere over here. And let's say if we go back to the ends of matrix, so we can our BCG matrix, so we can decide over here as well. Putting up over here is in terms of 4 quadrants. Let me put here. Okay, sorry, this one here. So if we put, let's say, market growth, market share, right? So whether market growth, so mathematics, is it growing or not? The number of students in terms of attraction, is it coming or not? So we can do that kind of evaluation over here is as well. But here is a to the point, because we have only 4 options. So there we have 6 options. So that's why the alternative is this particular framework, which is GE McKinsey. So this can help us whether we need to hold, we need to further grow, we need to invest further, or we just need to ignore it. Let's say we are now talking about UTP launched actually a program called integrated engineering, right? So integrated engineering is something like very much attractive in the industry. And then we have a very good strength actually. So we have just started it newly, right? But on the other side, the mathematics, pure mathematics, we are not actually. So conclusion is that we can make amendment on the X and Y quadrant, depending on the nature of product and service. Like what I do in my training, I place the same 2 by 2 metric. One side I put value, and other side I put what we call it difficulty, right? So in terms of challenge or difficulty. So when we do all the ideation and we see whatever the new product that we are having, is it going to create high value? If answer is yes, we put it on the top. Now next question is the level of difficulty in terms of implementation. So is it easy to implement or difficult to implement? So let's say last time one of my training participants, they came up with the idea, the problem was with the edging plants, right? So if we remove edging plants, so the value that we can give to our customer is very high, because we are talking about new plants actually. But level of difficulty is too high to implement. It's very complex. We need a lot of investment. So that's why we need to drag down and come up with a short-term strategy. We cannot go just simply to replace it. So we just need to innovate it. So I will say both can be applied. It depends on the nature of your products and nature of your services. But you can either go with that one. If that feel difficulty, a bigger decision to either close, that can create a bigger impact. So we can go with the GE McKinsey matrix actually. But I have seen personally, we are doing consultancy projects as well. Companies are using it, but not exactly naming BCG. They are making amendment regarding to their own criteria. It could be on one axis, one terminology, and other axis, another term. For example, some I have seen they use price versus value. So high price and high value, less price, less value. So you can make the amendment. But the matrix frame template is actually same and is applied. Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay. Yes.
What I
Yes,
can
yes.
see from the GE McKinsey, it looks
Yeah.
like the internal external matrix as well.
Ah,
So internal
exactly.
external metric is the extension of the BCG. While
Correct.
BCG having the 4 quadrants, IE
Yes.
metrics having the 9 quadrants. But
Yes.
actually, basically, that within it is the same. It's about the goals and build, and then hold and maintain, and also on the defensive harvest or diverse for the defensive strategy. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Very
Only
right.
that,
Exactly.
only the
Correct.
X and Y is play around with the X and Y.
Yes, very right, exactly. IE matrix is actually like a 9 components.
Yeah.
BCG only 4 components. So IE is actually internal, external. Okay, now thank you for sharing that one. This is very good because you see, we have seen just now two metrics, NSOF and this one. And NSOF is used for internal, expansion growth is used for external. NSOF is used for external, and the BCG is internal. So IE can combine both to see the both angle, internal and external. So one framework you can do all the evaluation. So that is important. So that can be used as an alternate. Yes, very good. Thank you for sharing, Dr.
Thank you too.
Okay, and then honestly, as I said, one thing is theory, and sometimes when we teach, we feel that these all are theoretical. But I'm involved in so many projects with industry and especially Petronas and few other. I have seen all these are being applied actually, but the way of application is different. We may not directly observe that which matrix is coming, but eventually this is being applied. Like as I shared with you just now, the Michael Porter, even when we were doing that project, so the management asked us to do Porter diamond model actually. So in that Porter diamond model, we developed the diamond model, the factor conditioning and the resources, right? So how the factor conditioning, what are the factor conditionings coming up? What are the resources required? So we did all the 4 quadrant of that particular diamond model, and we presented with the real data. And then that is the end result. Decision is okay, no go. So the bigger decision to take a project or not to take a project need really a market study. So we have taken civil engineers and mechanical engineers to do the study as well. They have mostly seen the manufacturing, what we call it, the tangible side, but the decision, it couldn't come from them. So we did a market study together with economic study, and then finally the decision was no go. So these all are being applied, but the way of application or the way of usage might be different as depending on the nature of product and services.
Dr. Amjad, can
Yes.
I chip in a bit?
Please, yeah, sure.
Okay, I'm the lecturer of the strategic management, and in the same time, I also did a consulting job for some of the ministries.
Okay, great.
So basically that all this kind of metrics, when we look at it, okay, basically that what we have to do is that the understanding of the all of this kind of metric, the tools. And then somehow that by knowing the understanding of it, what we can do is that we can customize it according to the needs of the situation. So I've seen that when I ask my student to prepare about a kind of the evaluations of the to come out with the strategy, for example, they can use 2. So they ask me that why I have to use 2 of the metrics, for example, like the Taos matrix and the Taos and the space matrix. Then I said that the reason is because of it will be a check and balance. Okay, so basically that to look at when you do evaluations, is that the correct way or not? Because somehow that one of the other strategies will be in order to do a check and balance on it. Okay, and some of the interesting thing is that when I do a consultation, what I can see that in order to look at the profitable, the ROI of the project, this is where that I can somehow that inject in terms of the using the BMC, business model canvas, and I can use the CPM, competitive profile matrix, but somehow for the different purpose. So basically that don't just rigid to what have been taught to us, but we can make use of it in order to suit it with the current problems or the current situation. Yeah.
Very good. Yes. This is true reality exactly. That is what the reality is this, that the metrics theoretically driven already gave us idea, but we need to make amendment. And I think when you do consultancy, so this is perfect to adopt some model that you definitely would be adopting. I also always use, and also I basically encourage my students or participant also, that any kind of project or any kind of training or anything, first you try to see which model you are taking as a baseline. I give you one example. Once I got training to deliver on strategic decision making and change management. So there are many models, right? So first, what we did, ask the people, what are your expectations? So after few inquiries, we noticed this is their expectation. So the most important for them closer is a quarter at step change management model. Okay, now that is theoretical. Theoretically, okay, we cannot explain them, okay, this ABC is equal to, So now for each step of the quarter model, we need to have a tool. So somewhere we can bring BCG metric, somewhere we can bring INSAF metric if it is or IE metric. So these tools need to be embedded under a mega framework to deliver to the client. So that makes sense. But if only one framework that is, looks like too theoretical, so they will not be able to understand. So I think, yeah, we agree 100% that the way of application we need to customize according to the need of the client. Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much for sharing. Yeah. And we have also, as I mentioned, a lot of opportunities. We are open for any kind of collaboration. I think this session we can use further also, not only to learn about CPM, but we can also expand our, network, and inshallah, we can work together. We have many, projects that we can work together. We can learn from each other. I'm also doing social business with, Yunus Center, Professor Mohammed Yunus of Bangladesh. So I just came last month from Singapore, Bangladesh as well. So some of projects grant I got on social business, which is also very interesting area. So I'm open for any kind of further collaboration as well. Inshallah, we can discuss.
Inshallah.
Okay, so thank you so much for your participation. Truly appreciate it. Okay, I think I already, it's about 12:53, so we have our now lunch break. We can go for break, and then after break, we can meet at 2 p.m. and then we will have only 1 hour. So that time we will have some more sharing followed by some discussion. Okay, so with this one, we can off for lunch break. Thank you so much for being active, responding to my queries, participating, helping me to keep this long session alive. So inshallah, see you at 2 p.m. Okay. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam. Thank you very much. See you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Doctor, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, so okay, we have 1 hour. Okay, so I have shared already before lunch break about major actually strategies. Some of them were conventional, some AI driven. And now actually I'm sharing some more interesting insight, which is, okay,
This
let
is
me
for you.
Okay.
I was just telling your classmate today we finished early if you all don't mind. Oh.
Okay, maybe
because
I can
my car
unmute.
broke down
Unmute, yeah.
and he asked for 5 days. So, but we'll replace the hours lah.
Yeah, but online, don't worry.
Online, okay. Yeah.
Okay, how to make, okay, all right, already, okay. Okay, so let me share something interesting, hopefully. This is share here. Okay, can you see? Can you see my screen?
Yes. Yes, can.
Okay. All right. So basically,
So maybe I can get
now
yours.
I'm sharing something interesting. Quantum marketing. Okay. So anyone have heard about quantum marketing? Can chat, put your message in chat, or can tell me whether have you heard about quantum marketing? We heard about quantum physics, right? Very famous.
Yeah.
But quantum marketing is something also new. Raja Manar, I have mentioned here his name as well over here. He also published a book on quantum marketing, and most of this material is actually adapted from his book. So of course, in 1 hour, difficult to communicate everything about that because it's very lengthy. But I have brought some brief of this particular, concept. Okay, so let me start quantum marketing. So marketing evolution. Now we are in 2025. Okay, and those who studied marketing, they are aware that marketing basically gone through various stages historically. It evolved from economics, and then we have a combination of sociology, psychology, economics. So multiple areas actually combined together to form the marketing. And marketing keep evolving. So there was a time we call it product centric era. This is what in the morning we were saying about the problem with the product centricity is that too much focus was given to products while less to the derived benefit from it actually. So that has a limitation. Then the time started, the companies and the industry, they realized that product is actually just a way of exchange. But the main thing that we need to communicate, how to communicate a product should be from the brand. So the more focus started giving to the brand, right? So brand building. So we call it brand building, Bira. Then we came up with the digital transformation, right? Internet evolution came, revolution came. It changed how brands communicate with customers. And we have seen that example in morning session where TikTok becoming very famous, Instagram, especially for different age cohorts. Then we also called the fifth paradigm experience economy. This was about this represents not evolution, but complete revolution in marketing approach, experience, right? So I also shared in the morning about experience, right? So Apple example and Changi International Airport example. So it's not about a product only, it is about the experience that customers are gaining from that one. So that's why now you have seen in the morning examples that companies are not selling products, rather they are selling experience. And those experience selling, they are top brands, right? So this is what we have seen. The first paradigm, product centricity. Second is brand building. Third is this digital disruption, internet, social media, data-driven targeting. Fourth is paradigm is experience and engagement. So we have seen both examples through Apple example. So engagement, you have seen also how they are engaging customers. So purpose is that when you manage to engage customers, when you manage to provide them experience, so that will create a long-lasting impact on the customer. So they will remember it and they will come back to you as well as they will promote, right? So that is the brief. 1950s to 1960s was the product superiority, 70s to 80s brand building, at 90s to 2000 in digital disruption mostly, right? And then the effect we can see, the evolution started in 1990s about digital disruption, but the most effect we can see now, and 2010 to 2020 experience in era, and then 2020 to onward. Now, basically, what the philosophers and the researchers are saying that easily after 2020 mostly is actually quantum marketing era, more than experience era, right? Revolutionary integration of emerging technologies. So this quantum marketing era is basically more than the digital disruption. entering the fifth paradigm, which is quantum marketing. So what is it actually? So quantum marketing represents a revolutionary mindset that integrates emerging technologies with deep human psychology to create immersive, multi-sensory experiences. Okay. Now, I will refer you to one book. If you have time, I will suggest you must read that one. It is very interesting, available online as well. The book name is Feeling Economy, written in 2019, but still applicable with some more data they have added, the authors. Author one is from Taiwan and other is from US. Both are husband and wife. Wife is from Taiwan, husband from US. I met them both actually in a conference in Singapore. So it's basically because I'm the part of that service research center under American Marketing Association, and they are playing a key role. So that is how I know them. And they introduced that particular book during that conference. So from there, I got it and then read on that one. So that book is telling about the economy, the perspective. So one is, they call it as mechanical intelligence. Mechanical intelligence means that there was a time that most of the jobs were done by human, right? The conventional, like agriculture, like what we call it, for example, conventional way, in the banking sector, we used to write with hands, the big maintenance of the registers, then shifted from mechanical tasks. Why? Because machine came and machine said, we will do your task. And then we are left with the thinking. So humans started thinking how to convert that functional task into what we call it, more effective. So machine taken over our mechanical task, and then the humans started the thinking task actually. Now the new prediction is that even now with the AI evolution, we have seen most of the thinking tasks also taken by machines now, because in the thinking, we don't need to think more. Machine can help us, and now we are moving towards the feeling economy, and feeling intelligence is higher. So by 2035, as per their prediction, most of the thinking tasks will be taken by AI. So the rest, we will go with the feeling. Once we will go with the feeling, the nature of job should be different, and it will be different actually. So we have to make ourselves and our generation ready for the feeling economy, whereby feeling means that you are connecting with the human more on, your task will be more on the collaboration, more on the negotiation, more on the empathy, more on the deep immersion of the experiences rather than doing the thinking task actually. So that is the whole somehow experience, story that build up with aligned with the quantum concept as well actually, because we have seen now human deep psychology to create immersive and multi-sensory experiences. For example, AR, VR concept actually. Now drone concept, even in engineering, we can see now that drone has a large scale application. In geosciences, the rare earth sciences, so they are using drone technology to do research really, which is already shifted from the conventional way of doing. So science meets art. Marketing becomes a precise science while maintaining creative artistry and execution. There is also a debate that whether marketing is a science or art, and some of the researchers agree that it is both actually. In some way it is science and in some way it is art. Because when it comes to science, we talk about understanding consumer psychology, we talk about so many other behavioral concepts, so those are all integrated. So here in the quantum marketing, what they said is actually it is meeting science meeting the art, meaning that is a somehow integration of both. And more on the immersive experiences and invitation over interruption. Digital technologies is disruption, but quantum marketing is invitation, meaning that consumers willingly engage with brands rather than being interrupted by messages. We can see now with the hype of TikTok, so you create some sort of story, the people will start engaging, right? We can see they are putting comments, they are providing, their feedback, they are having a debate, they are chatting. And other than that one, you can see now business is generating business, right? Okay, by the way, just would like to clarify, do you see any big sound of raining or no? My voice is okay.
It's okay, okay.
Okay, all right. Okay, so now you can see without the interruption, right? So consumers are willing to engage. Now you can see so many YouTubers, they will pick up a brand, they will start giving a reviews, right? Like I was exploring Dell, latest Pro model. So before buy, YouTube, just put on YouTube and you will get reviews by someone who has nothing to do with Dell. Dell is not paying him anything, right? But he is doing by himself, right? So he has his own interest and eventually he is also earning. But eventually, so many people and customers are engaging. So it's more on the invitation to engage in quantum marketing rather than data disruption, which we used to call it earlier as well. So why it is important? Problem. Traditional marketing has overwhelmed consumers with invasive, annoying messages that erode trust, actually. So much information, and customers are too occupied. Information is generated in nanoseconds. How much we can absorb when so many advertisements are coming. So advertising become fatigue and banner blindness have made conventional approaches increasingly ineffective. Who will now care about what is placed on an advertisement on the highway? Or if you are watching a video and you receive advertisement on, then you as a customer are engaged, denying that, okay, again and again, like I travel a lot, so I always get Agoda, Trip.com and Traveloka. So every time I close it, next time I open YouTube, it will come, right? So as a customer, I'm annoyed actually, right? Consumers actively avoid marketing messages using ad blockers and seeking authentic connection with purpose-driven brands. So this is a problem that we already know. And this is we every day we are experiencing as a consumer. So what is the solution then? So quantum marketing addresses this crisis through authentic connection and trust restoration, where it is required. You just deeply think on this problem statement, you will notice it is really required. Because we don't want our brand to have a negative impact on consumer. And believe me, if you ask me as a consumer, not that I'm sharing this example, but if you ask me as a consumer, I'm tired of Traveloka advertisement and too much annoyed. Every time I will get it, and I'm not user of Traveloka, I just use Agoda. But every time. So now when Traveloka come, I feel irritated. That every time Traveloka, 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 why it is coming, right? So now, you want to build a good brand name or you want to irritate the potential consumers. So this quantum marketing is basically one of the solutions. So by harnessing AR, VR, AR, blockchain, and neuroscience, brands can create welcomed experiences. So this is the application whereby quantum marketing is basically bringing AR, AI, VR, AR, blockchain, and neuroscience together to build a welcoming experience rather than making them annoying. So this approach transforms marketing from interruption into invitation, making brand interaction valuable to consumers. So Raja Manir, I will recommend you to this book. So what he basically came up with 5 dimensions. I think later you can go through them as well. So as a MasterCard Chief Marketing Officer and President Healthcare Business, so he is there actually in MasterCard. He has pioneered this concept of revolution, built MasterCard into a top 10 global brand through innovative campaign, pioneer of purpose-driven multi-sensory marketing experiences, leading voice on the future of marketing digital area edge, and then advocated the ethical customer-centric practices. So this book, when we will read, we will know about more how he did it, right? But I will share about the mindset and few steps of quantum marketing. What is it actually? Number 1, embrace uncertainty. Accept complexity as inherent in modern consumer behavior and modern dynamics. Due to too much, as I mentioned, we have seen this problem. So quantum marketing is helping to basically embrace the uncertain situation. Test new technologies fearlessly while learning from both success and failure, and then hyper personalization. We have seen Nike example, right? Personalization, but more than that one is a hyper personalization. So quantum marketing can help us to do that one. So what is the science behind that? If you are aware about neuromarketing, one of my students actually he did PhD in neuromarketing as well.
So we used actually EEG, electroencephalography, to capture the data from the consumer. I give you one example of how this is important and impactful. Huh? Imagine that you want to know when the people are watching a movie, for example, in a cinema. So you want to know that whether these people have a good experience of watching movie, whether they're really happy with that or not. So once they come out from the theater, for example, you ask them, okay, how was the movie? Someone will say, no, it was very good. Someone will say, no, it was not good, right? Now, when it was not good, right? So it doesn't mean that the whole movie is not good, but they are giving you subjective response based on which we cannot decide that, oh, this movie is a failure. There might be some scenes which are scary. There might be some scenes which this customer didn't like it. There could be some reasons, right? But we cannot capture through survey or through conventional approaches. So neuromarketing provide us a one platform, one device like EEG, which is used in the what we call it neuroscience. We place on the consumer while they are watching movie. It will capture the real-time data and the point when customers are feeling, for example, scary. So it will capture that particular data. When they are feeling happy moment, it will capture the whole real-time data from the brain. Eventually, when we analyze, we are able to detect which particular part customers didn't like it and which one is basically they like it. So, live example of neuro marketing, neuroscience, behavioral economics. So, all now embedded. Memory formation, creating that kind of memory brand experiences. So, this can help us actually. So, one part of content marketing is basically to use the neuromarketing, neuroscience approach in order to really capture the data and design your product and services accordingly. Okay. AI and machine learning help us in real-time personalization, also predictive analytics and intelligent automation. So machine learning algorithm helping now to predict the customer lifetime value and optimal engagement timing. Before this one, we were mostly using the conventional way. We talk about customer equity or customer lifetime value, how to really capture that particular data. So predictive analytics can help us. Now, very simple example. You are using TikTok, hyper personalization, advertisement you will get. The moment you will quickly off them, the next day you will get something different. So based on your real-time engagement with one particular interest area, it will keep sending you those kind of advertisements. And based on your past purchases from TikTok, they will be able to predict that what is the frequency of your purchase, right or no? So this is what the part of quantum marketing as well. So blockchain, transparency and trust, helping us to create a trust and transparency. Example, when we talk about halal product, right? Okay, halal is logo mentioned, authentic. We trust brand, halal logo brand. But how are we sure that everyone in the ecosystem of supply chain really adapted the blockchain halal basically protocol, right? A bit hard to. We can trust a brand of halal logo, but in reality, we don't know. Blockchain can help us to control that particular situation. At every point in time, we are able to see it, right? So how this can help, and this is helping marketing, this is reality. Okay, I will stop before after this one, but just want to give two more examples, right? Immersive technologies like AR, VR, and mixed reality, this all is now applicable. One example now, my one student, she is doing PhD in what we call it metaverse, okay, and tourism actually in Vietnam. So we are now exploring how metaverse is being applied in advertisement in tourism actually. So now you can see that when we are providing option through virtual reality, a customer to experience the particular destination before they go there. So they already got a virtual experience before. Now, after that one, we don't know whether this virtual experience is going to convince them to really go to that particular site, or probably they say, okay, I already experienced, I know what is it, I don't need to go to that particular site. So those are some of the questions that we are exploring as well. But this is reality now. Many tourism destinations, they are also converting, especially in Vietnam. What I know about the examples, the ministry is heavily working on metaverse, and they are converting that one. So the tourism destination now is available in metaverse, so you can experience. It is helpful for the customers. No more advertisement on your YouTube, right? No more irritation, providing you a calmful and memorable experience while you are sitting at home. You can explore, you can immerse into it, you can engage into it, and eventually companies also getting real-time data of your engagement and interest frequency, right? So how interesting are these concepts in the marketing discipline? So immersing brand experiences are actually important. Consumers engaging with brands through virtual reality create deeper emotional connection and drive higher purchase intention. So let me show you here. I put some one of the examples of brand virtual experiences. So before, this one. Okay, so let me show you here. You can see those experiences, virtual experiences, brand experiences. Okay, so here you can, this is a one blog. Immersive brand experience examples you need to see. Published just on 4 August last month. Okay, this is how it looks like. Fast becoming the next big thing in brand marketing. Ideas are craving real-world interactive experience, and this presents an opportunity for brands to blend physical pop-ups and events with digital layers to create genuinely next-level immersive experiences. So why over here you can read about that. So here are some examples. Okay, Adidas Originals try-on. So you can try on while standing here which particular dress suits you, which size is good fit for you. So all you can have an immersive experience through AR. Lenovo F1 Customizer Air Cards built a browser-based F1 car customizer that let fans design their own race levers using generative inputs, right? So this is you can use from Lenovo. Another example, Butterfly Trail. Butterfly Trail brought together digital physical storytelling in one unforgettable experience, right? So this one you can also go through. So there are various other examples about how companies are using actually VR. Power of AR magic mirrors for brand marketing and customer engagement. Okay. So conclusion till now is that this all is a part of new innovation in marketing and is actually helping the companies as well as the customers in both ways. Now we talk mostly about customer journey, which is very important. And journey start with the planning or even thinking of buying something from the customer, and then planning, and then customer start journey from home till the shop, right? So all is the part of journey, and how companies are actually helping them in the whole ecosystem of this journey planning. That is a point to ask actually. Okay, so now I will stop for a while here. Any question? So far, any question? Can you hear me?
Only way there.
Yes.
How to
All okay, right? Okay. All okay. So now I will have this transforming the customer journey from linear to quantum customer journey. We talk about traditional linear journey, purchase. First one is awareness,
then we talk about consideration, then we talk about purchase, and then post-purchase, so conventional. But in quantum, customer journey is like this nested, it's not linear, it is more a nested journey, okay? Because you are now no more linear, that you are aware, then evaluation of that conventional model, evaluation of alternative, then choosing the alternative and buying. But actually, you just quickly connected with so many actors and touch points to make a decision. So when the model customer journey is changed, the way we provide experience is also changed. Hyper personalization in practice, actually, as I shown you, MasterCard AI-driven loyalty programs deliver real-time offers based on context and emotion, achieving 40% higher engagement rates. So now engaging customers become easy through hyper-personalization. It helps to collect data and then help to do AI analysis through machine learning algorithm, real-time data, and then continuous learning. So the power of purpose and authenticity. Modern consumers, especially the Gen Z, they expect brand to be forces for good in society. So they want purpose-driven marketing that help to deeper the connection with yourself and the brand. So this particular generation is especially more like transparency, social impact, brand that contribute to meaningful causes, again, loyalty educates, right? Authentic storytelling and employee advocacy. So these are some of the factors which create more power to the brand, and these consumers are actually looking for that. Just take example of the watch, right? First watch. Everyone have what we call it time in your smartphone. No need, right, to buy watch. But now watch become a fashion. For someone, it is like health care. Due to health, actually, they will be buying a smartwatch, but the other watches become a fashion, right? So the consumers would like to have an impact, especially the younger consumer. So all those are some of the factors which need to be considered. So quantum marketing, okay, sonic branding, distinctive sound signature creates instant brand recognition across all channels. One of the examples, okay, tactic experiences and visual evolution, 30% increase in brand engagement and 25% improvement in customer loyalty across within 2 years of implementation. MasterCard got 32% in brand engagement within 2 years, which is a huge after involving into that one. Okay. These are some of the examples. Okay. C-suite and quantum marketing strategy, high level, right? Aligning marketing with business growth. Now, so far we talk about the micro level, especially our meso level. Now, if we talk about the high level, quantum marketing transform the marketing from a cost-centric into a measurable growth engine, which actually impacts your business. Remember, in conventional marketing, companies spend money on advertising, but they call it like this money actually is very hard to get approval because this money is going out and we don't know the impact much. Very difficult to calculate the impact as well. Of course, the big brands can, but the smaller entrepreneurs, they will not spend much money on the advertisement, giving to mainstream media. But now, quantum marketing helps instead of just as a cost-centric, converting to a measurable growth, the high level impact, looking for business outcome, generating more businesses. So spending on AR/VR is effective because it is not short-term, and the real-time data can be captured to drive the future-looking strategies. So traditional marketing department is isolated from other businesses function, measured on vanity metrics, campaign focus approach, right? And limited business impact, visibility. Impact is there, but visibility is limited. But quantum marketing integration is integrated with product, sales, and technology teams. Measure on revenue and customer lifetime. Continuous experience optimization and direct contribution to business growth. No more isolation. You are connected with the product. You are connected with the sales. You are connected with the technology. You are connected with the customers 24 hours. You are at home after your office hours. You still can see what is happening with your product in the customer sphere. Earlier, we don't know, right? Traditional marketing. But now we can have a live data to see what is happening with the customer. So we can see the impact. We can calculate impact, advertisement impact. You post something today, or you develop AR, VR, you facilitate, your customers to see it. And then after that, you can see whether that particular intent converted to real customers or not is measurable. It can be done actually. Okay. So building quantum marketing, right? What kind of team is required for quantum marketing? So we don't need only sales managers or marketing managers for quantum marketing. Traditional, yes, sales manager, marketing manager, enough for running the marketing department, but now no more. They are only a part of it, very important persons. But in addition to that, we need data scientists, we need creative technologists, designers, right? We need behavioral psychologists, experienced designers, agile mindset, culture of experimentation, rapid testing, and continuous learning. And then consumer obsession. Relentless focus on understanding and serving customer needs. So you can see here, marketing and sales team is one of it, but now you have about five more, total 6 different actors work together in order to run the quantum marketing as a one full platform. Okay, so then we can see the impact actually. So without that one, cannot work alone. Okay, so these are some of the statistics. 85% engagement quality is improved. Emotional resonance 4.5 times. 67% trust metrics increased, and customer lifetime value 3.8. So this statistics is adapted from the book that I basically just now mentioned. Okay, so you can read about that one as well. Now, 7 point is challenges and ethical consideration. Okay, yes, there are some challenges, of course, and ethical consideration as well. So while quantum marketing power comes from deep consumer engagement or insights, right, making privacy protection paramount. Without privacy, again, that is a risk. So this need to be very much in your focus agenda. How to protect the privacy. We have seen so many cases, right? Data leakage. I think we talk about this Meta family. So Facebook got this kind of issues, data leakage. So many other channels we have seen data leakage. So consent management, clear, granular consent mechanism that gives consumer control over their data is very important. How can we manage this one? By consent management, data minimization. Collect only necessary data and delete information when no longer needed. Sometimes the companies will ask your personal data, right? So what they will do with it? If it is required as a sales manager, marketing manager, we use it, we can take it. Otherwise, what is the purpose of asking your age, your demographics, or all that kind of information together? So if it is required only, then take it. Less personal information you will ask, the more will be the chance of engaging customers. For example, customer engage with your brand, you will ask them to put your email. Okay, email is fine. Then the full data, then customer on the way will off it. They don't want to basically share. One important thing that this quantum marketing is telling us, in addition to what we call a digital marketing, right? Avoid over-reliance on technology. Technology is important, very important.
but we cannot over rely. Ours have a limitation. Technology amplifies human creativity, but it doesn't replace it. The most successful quantum marketing combined data-driven insight with intuitive human understanding. That's why now design thinking is one of the important methodology in innovation actually. I told you earlier about Amazon working backward methodology is also very important for innovation management. And in both of the methodologies, we talk about the human psychology. We talk about the empathy. We talk about the customer's mindset. We talk about their experiences. We talk about their frustrations. We talk about their motivations, right? So human creativity, emotional intelligence, and creative intuition remain irreplaceable in brand building. Without human touch, we cannot have a feeling. That's why I mentioned earlier, moving away from thinking to feeling intelligence. Why? Because we need human creativity. We need intuition. We need empathy. Technology is only an enabler. It can help us in building human capabilities rather than substituting. So that's why some of the companies become too much into extreme of technology mindset. Okay, all can be done through AI. It is fine, but it is only enabler. So we need to basically embed both, get the value from both. So balanced approach is therefore needed. So for balanced approach, okay, continuous learning, experimentation culture, adaptive strategy, and future preparation. So 4 important points that can help us to basically navigate the rapid change. So continuous learning, regular skill update and technology education to us, to ourselves, and to our what we call it, employees. Flexible framework that evolve with new capabilities. Scenario planning for unknown technological disruption, future proactive, and then safe to fail testing of emerging technology, experimental. Fail early is right failure. Fail later is the wrong failure. So that's why this quantum is saying we have to fail early. Okay, we can amend. So don't go directly with the solution first. Understand the problem first. Future of quantum marketing. Virtual showrooms. Okay, rise of immersive technology. 3D environments where customers explore products in realistic context. Now, education is also emerging. Education system. We talk about virtual classrooms. But these virtual classroom is not like one I'm delivering. It is like not that much engaging experience, right? 3D environment. We in UTP have it actually. We call it like, 3D room. Okay, so of course, all other universities now, most of the universities already have it, but we need to work further. And similarly, customers are also, many companies are adopting this one. Avatar shopping, digital representation, try on products and test functionality. This avatar is also now getting in. Social commerce and instant fulfillment. Digital products delivered immediately within virtual environment. And we have seen TikTok is doing that one as well. So brands are creating persisting interactive virtual presence that exist continuously, allowing consumers to engage with brands 24/7 in a meaningful way. Virtual events, as I said, digital collectibles, virtual brand words, and brand communities. So these are some of the impact that we have seen, as we can see actually the companies are doing so. So AI-driven creativity and content generation is required, as I mentioned just now already, that in quantum marketing, it's not only about the sales and marketing, but the 5 to 6 key actors must work together. So that one we can see here. Okay, we have seen quantum computing, quantum physics. So quantum computing also play important role in quantum marketing, right? So it's integrated actually. So help on the back process is quantum computing. In the front process is basically the quantum marketing. So that's why the previous part what we have shared is actually the result, and the back scene is actually the quantum computing. Okay. Future marketing technology integration. So tomorrow, marketers will seamlessly blend AI insight, virtual reality experiences, and quantum computing power to create unprecedented customer connection. So therefore, it is the time for us to move towards the quantum marketing approach, through which we are able to, number one, adapt technology, leverage on technology, understand consumers well, we can re-look into their consumer life cycle and customer lifetime value, and we can connect them 24/7. So all this one integrated will help us to grow more eventually. Okay. All right. So with this one, I will stop sharing now. Okay. Any question? Yes, any question?
Oh, no question.
Yes. No question. Okay. All right. Okay. Now coming to your basically CPM paper. So based on my experience, whatever we have learned here, you can apply a part of it in your what we call it those courses or those assignments. Main thing is that you might know, and definitely you are coming from a very rich background of experience and education, and you know all this concept very well. I shared as another perspective with some sort of examples that might be similar to you or might be a bit different. If something is new and different, so that one you can adapt in your answers as well as in your work purposes. So we have to see the problem or questions that the papers will be having. We have to answer, right? So we can see it from another angle. For example, if we talk about hyper-personalization, if there is a question, something like that, so as majority might be writing about the conventional hyper-personalization perspective, if you are giving or seeing it from the lens of quantum marketing, so that is something new to the probably examiners as well, right? So then you can connect it and see that particular problem from quantum perspective to give a new value to it, so that can give you a better answer. Similarly, we talk about the models, right? Innovation models, or we talk about the marketing analysis. So you can see if any question is coming, you can bring the NSOF matrix or GE McKinsey matrix or IE matrix to see that particular problem from those metric perspective. That can be innovation as well. So the answer can be from any way actually possible, because those are, as Dato mentioned, not right and wrong questions, right? So the main thing is that which lens are you using to answer and how basically you are addressing those questions. So that will make a difference. Okay, so of course I have much more material and can definitely share, but for the purpose of this course, the learning objective that we discussed earlier, number one is identify similar differences among various Asia countries. Okay, so we have done that one. I think I will show you back this course learning outcome that we aim to achieve in the morning, right? So this was our first, second, third, fourth, fifth slide. So these were our slides, right? So, okay, where is that? Sure. Okay. So this number one, our objective was to identify similarities and differences among various Asia countries that have implication for farm marketing strategy. This is written in the
core syllabus. So this one we have achieved it because we talk about similarities and differences in Asia. We provided a lot of examples. Then understand the different stages of progress the Asia countries are in, and hence the applicability of various marketing strategies to achieve to each market. So you can see here we talk about China, Singapore, Vietnam, the 10 top 10 brands from 10 countries here in Asia. We talk about global brands. We talk about Asian brands, Southeast Asian brands, and also Malaysian brands. The third one is apply marketing strategy to deliver unique value to target segment. And over here, I have introduced to you the MSOF metrics, BCG metrics, marketing, this Michael Porter, pastel analysis, as well as quantum marketing. So those are all the part of marketing strategy that can help us to understand the customers. I'll give you examples of BMW, Unilever, and then the housing concept and the Nike. So all that can purpose is to see how can we create value for the end user. Okay. So I believe we have achieved these 3 learning outcomes that we basically plan to. So you can provide your feedback. If you have any feedback or anything, please feel free to.
Doctor.
Yes, sir.
Basically, I have one question also. I think towards the your sharing is about more focusing on the individual, right? But for certain industry, I think such as oil and gas, university also they have some target groups, or even a country that they wish to offer some of our products. So is the approach going to be similar based on what you have shared, or you have different type of scheme? Yeah.
Understand.
Thank you.
I got your point. Basically, meaning that the most of the examples are from the B2C perspective of B2C, in a way that C is an individual, whether all concepts can be applied for B2B, where we are talking about the products which are for industrial and which are a heavy project. So the answer is 100%. These all are applied and can be applied, but the way of application and the way that we see is a bit different. Now, example again, we talk about conventional model of tendering process, for example, in B2B, right? So the big projects, we have clients, we go with the tender, right, mechanism. They participate in the tender, they win the bid, right? We award the contract, okay? So that is the way we deliver our solution to them. Okay. So now when we award the contract, they start basically the providing service. Okay. Question is, what is the purpose of this whole business deal? Eventually is to create value. What is that value? For me as a client, for other as a service provider, that might be different. That's why if we talk about before and after, what we have seen, like in the whole design or whole life cycle of customers. So B2B also have a life cycle. Their life cycle, customer journey start differently, and they have some limitations as well over there. Because individual consumer, the money is yours. You can spend the way you want. But B2B, money is companies. You cannot spend alone. You need approval, right? So the experience is different. Now, as a service provider, our purpose is not to sell only, is to help them to create an experience. All companies will do let's say, if many competitors do the same thing, right? That is a conventional, but as a unique value proposition that you would like to have, how can we facilitate them in terms of payment terms? How can we facilitate them in terms of delivery in a different way? And then when products reach to our client's factory, they have to use it, because the real value will start creating once they will start using it from there. And if any problem over there, of course, there is no value. We only manage to sell our product, but no value. How are we facilitating them into that particular sphere? We call it customer sphere. Here we bring the quantum marketing, 24-hour availability, connectivity, short term, reducing the time spent. this is even more applicable for them, because losing one individual customer impact might be in terms of dollar and cent is lower, but losing one bigger B2B customer, the impact is super high, right? So what type of facilitation we are basically, what we call it, providing them in terms of service provision, in terms of experience of whole purchase, and not only whole purchase, but also the consumption experience and the planning and the process and the consumption, all experience. How can we facilitate in the whole ecosystem? That even matter the most, because the experience for them is even more different and more high expectation actually. So that's why all these concepts are applicable, but the way of application is different. The way we see it different. The way we can apply it is also actually different.
All right. Thank you, Doctor.
All right. Thank you. Okay. As I told you, like earlier mentioned to you, right? One example of edging plants, right? I was delivering one training, and one of the group actually they were saying the biggest problem they are facing is actually edging plants. So now, while that is a problem, what could be the solution, right? Because customers will not care if your plants are edging and the value they're getting, because you cannot replace them. So what can we do? We have to think differently. What customers are expecting from us, we cannot compromise on that. So the approach will be different actually. So we manage edging plants differently. What is that difference? Of course, depend nature of the plant, nature of the service, nature of the value customers are expecting. So that's why capturing the value expectation from the customer is important, because some customers might take it very leniently, no problem, or it is okay. If they are okay, we are okay. But sometimes customers take very seriously, so we cannot compromise on that. So that's why we as a sales service provider, we don't know until and unless we meet them, we get the insight from them, only then we know what are they expecting. So according to the service thinking, without connectivity, without engagement, without dialogue with our end user, it's very difficult for us to create a real value that customers are expecting, because we don't know what is their expectation. So we are using a conventional approach of push marketing. So therefore, pull marketing is to co-create value with them actually. So that's why it is important.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for the very good question. Appreciate it. Okay. All right. No more question?
No question, Dr. Amjad. But
Yeah. Okay.
I've been following your class. Lots of information, lots of knowledge. I personally have learned a lot today, especially on quantum marketing.
Thank you, Dato. Thank you so much.
I'm sure the participants likewise would have gathered a lot of information and knowledge. Just a reminder to all participants, there's no exam for this subject, yeah? So no worries. It's just a refresher and, bringing the subject matter closer to your heart so that you'll be ready for the exam. So I would suggest that, in the Google Drive, we have already shared the past year's questions on Asia business and Asia marketing management. So just go through the questions and see what you have learned today, how it can apply in those questions. So basically, that's how we are helping all of you in the 3 subjects: marketing strategy, marketing research, and integrated marketing comm, besides the 2 compulsory subjects. So just read through the questions, and that would, give you an idea. Okay. So thank you so much, Dr. Amjad. So
all right. Thank you. Thank you, Dato. Thank you everyone for being with me and answering questions, participating. So inshallah we'll be in touch.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, this is great actually.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Thanks everyone.
Thank you,
So have a
Doctor.
good
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Dato.
Thank you.
Sama-sama. Rest well, everyone. Long weekend.
Okay,